batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the March 24th Board of Supervisors meeting. Would you please all stand and join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. Any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Chair, when we discuss agenda item number 1, which is SR 26-0106, staff will provide an update to the recommended action.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that takes us to item number 1. Sheriff Moon.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout, members of the board. Honored to be here and present for you today. I am Shannon Moon. I am your sheriff, I'm your coroner, and I'm your public administrator. It is with profound sorrow that the Nevada County Sheriff's Office announces the unexpected passing of K-9 Riggs, who joined the Nevada County Sheriff's team in 2024 as a seasoned law enforcement K-9 with 3 years prior experience. On the afternoon of March 21st, K-9 Riggs experienced a medical emergency while at home with his handler, Deputy Kayla Ramos. He was taken to a nearby emergency vet and underwent surgical intervention. Despite all the life-saving efforts, K-9 Riggs' condition was beyond recovery, and he passed away with his handler by his side in the early morning hours of Sunday, March 22nd. Deputy Ramos provided the following words regarding Riggs. Riggs, you served with courage, stood with loyalty, and gave everything without ever asking why, said Deputy Ramos. I love you forever and always. We would like to provide a little background on Riggs and what a great partner and asset he was to Deputy Ramos and the community in Nevada County. K-9 Riggs was born and originally from Hamm, Germany. The Davis Police Department had purchased him from Alderhorst International in Riverside. He then retired from the Davis Police Department in 2021, where Deputy Ramos purchased him for $1. Deputy Ramos was selected as a K-9 handler in 2024 for the Nevada County Sheriff's Office and asked if she could work with K-9 Riggs, who was then sold to the Nevada County Sheriff's Office through your board for $1. K-9 Riggs was later reinstated into the law enforcement world with the Sheriff's Office in early 2024. K-9 Riggs and Deputy Ramos attended basic handler school with our provider DTAC K-9 for approximately 6 weeks. K-9 Riggs was certified in apprehension and narcotics and officially hit the streets on patrol in September of 2024. K-9 Riggs has been through continuous training with DTAC K-9, approximately 20 hours per month, as well as tracking and trailing courses. K-9 Riggs has had over 50 deployments, including narcotics searches and seizures, and over a dozen surrenders and 2 apprehensions. K-9 Riggs had a notable track on January 8th, 2025, at approximately 3:20 in the morning. Our deputies were dispatched to Flying T in Supervisor Hook's district for a burglary in progress, where subjects were seen on camera with ski masks on. It was learned that multiple suspects had stolen several totes of marijuana from the residence. Deputies arrived on scene, and multiple suspects had foot bailed and left on foot from the location. K-9 Riggs was able to track one of the suspects, who was hiding down in a creek bed in the brush. That suspect surrendered, of course, and was taken into custody. K-9 Riggs continued the track for well over 45 minutes and located another subject hiding in the manzanita brush, in which that suspect surrendered and was taken into custody. K-9 Riggs had searched for over an hour and was able to keep deputies safe and locating 2 of the 4 suspects. K-9 Riggs has been a part of several community events, including multiple school demonstrations, such as our Christmas card competition, where the winner won a ride to school in the K-9 car, and a meet and greet with K-9 Riggs and her class. Heroes Night at Bear River and Nevada Union, where he did apprehension on the field at either the beginning of the game or at halftime. The kids love that. And multiple Rudiger Foundation events within the community, such as Paw and Order. We again express our sorrow of losing Riggs and are grateful for the tireless effort he put toward keeping our deputies and the residents of Nevada County safe. Thank you for your service, Riggs. It is with the passing of Riggs that we've changed our agenda item, and we recommend that the Board of Supervisors take no action on the previous proposed resolution.
Thank you, and we're so sorry for your loss. I know the canines aren't members of just the law enforcement office, but they're also become members of the handler's family. So our sympathies go out to Kayla and her family for this as well. So do my colleagues have any comments? Anything you'd like to say? Heidi? No? Okay. Is there anybody from the public who would like to speak on this at this time? Down.
Good morning. I'm Renee Bartels. I'm the president of the Rudiger Foundation. Thank you for your recognition of K-9 Riggs and your heartfelt sympathies for Deputy Ramos. It has been our pleasure to be a part of providing funds for Shannon Moon's, Sheriff Moon, and for 4 different parts of our community: Grass Valley Police Department, Nevada City Police Department, Sheriff's Office, and State Parks. It was a very emotional weekend for us, as you can imagine, and thankfully our treasurer, Ashley, was available for Kayla and for Riggs as they went through the heartfelt struggle with his life. And she was able to assure Kayla that Rudiger would be there to handle the medical costs, and assured her not to worry about making any decision on that. We have 11 canines that are under our care, and they all have retirement and medical funds, and so there was no concern. Ashley was able to assure her of that, and at least put that at ease as she went through the heartfelt struggle with the life of Riggs. I just want to speak for Rudiger, thanking Kayla, thanking Riggs for their service and being there for us, being there for the community, and the importance that these canines provide to our officers, provide to our community, and we as an organization are dedicated to continuing this service for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to make comment? Well, I want to thank the Rudiger Foundation for all the work that they do in the community, not just donating the dogs to public safety, but also pretty much being with them throughout their whole lives. So the community really appreciates the efforts that your organization makes towards making our community a safe place. So thanks. Sheriff, any final comments?
Yeah, just want to recognize the commitment it takes to be a canine officer. We talk about how the commitment for the safety of our community, truly the dedication it takes to have an asset like that inside your home. And I was fortunate to have a narcotics detection dog for a short time in the early 2000s, and it was a lot of work. And that was not an apprehension dog. That was simply a lovely dog that I take out for narcotics detection. These canine handlers that take this on, I cannot tell you enough how grateful we are at the Sheriff's Office that they step up for this amount of extra detail and extra work. And you truly see that in the work of the animal. And Riggs was an exceptional canine for us. And it was because of Kayla's dedication and commitment that she had to that to her partner, and how he was able to truly go just for 2 different agencies. It's not that common. And it was because of her dedication and her commitment to wanting to provide a safe community for us. And I couldn't be more grateful for her and her entire family.
Well, and we appreciate her as well. We have a little gift, if we can give to you, to give to her as a memento from the county in recognition of their service to Nevada County. And we're not going to do a picture or anything. I'm just going to walk down and hand this to you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I know how much he meant to all of you, and I think it's a testament to see how many of you showed up to honor him today. So thanks all for being here. All right. Our next item is the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial, and the Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussions. Members of the public wishing to ask or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration. So I think Supervisor Bullock, you wanted to pull?
Item 2, please.
Okay.
Sure.
And I would like to pull item number 6. And so we're going to go through consent, and then we'll hear those right after. Right. So at this time, I'd like to open public comment on the consent items, with the exception of item 2 and item 6. Is there any public comment? Any calls?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. I'll close public comment on the consent and bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
District 1? Yes. District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes. All right. Okay. Item number 2, you're on.
Thanks for pulling this. This is regarding the Pro Housing Incentives Grant application, and recognize that it's only an application at this point, so we don't know if we're going to get the money. But I just wanted to briefly have you touch upon the priority, how the money, if allocated, would be prioritized through the board objective and or your office with different priorities throughout the county.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Bullock, Board of Supervisors. I'm Tyler Barrington, Director of Housing and Community Services. So right now we're working on the application part of the grant, and we're looking at, there's about 9 different eligible activities in this grant that you can apply for. And we're looking at putting about 36% of the grant towards down payment assistance, 36%. And I'll note that we found out that we're only eligible for up to $1 million versus a 1.2 that's shown in the resolution, which is okay because it's a not to exceed amount. So approximately $360,000 towards down payment assistance. And what's unique about this grant is it allows you to go up to 150 AMI. So it helps support and augment the funding that the board put towards recently towards workforce housing down payment assistance. And we're looking at putting approximately 32%, so $320,000 goes towards homelessness services, and exactly what that funding will be used will be determined based on what the need is. And then the final part, 27% or $270,000 towards new either rental or ownership housing. So my assumption would be we would issue an RFP. We might pull it together with other funding sources like permanent local housing allocation, and then do things like support Habitat for Humanity or other similar entities in the county.
Awesome. Thanks. You answered my questions. Thank you.
Great.
And I just didn't catch the part about 1 million versus 1.25.
Yeah, so the grant application has a base amount, and then it awards bonus points for the amount of points you receive for your pro housing designation. Nevada County received 60 points, and I think 35 or 35 was required to be eligible. And so we did the math equation and went up to that at 1.25 million. But after consulting with HCD, it was determined that we could only apply for $1 million.
$1 million. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other board members have a question on this item? Heidi?
Yeah, just reiterate, I think you already know, I had also asked what this item was about, so if in the future, if we could include that information in the staff report, would be very helpful.
Correct,
I know
yes.
it's uncertain, but still, when it's that amount of money, we want to know what it might go towards.
Understood. I think we were realizing that we had to get the item to the board, and then just worked it together with the different entities in HSA to determine where we were going to allocate those funding for the application.
Okay. Sue, Rob, any comments? Okay. All right. Is there any public comment on this item? No? All right. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Roll call.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes. Great. Thank you. All right. And then I asked to remove item number 6, which I think David and Pat are going to be. I had received a call on this item, and so I wanted to see if we could get a broader explanation, and then I think there's a little bit of public comment on it. And then I know, Hardy, you had asked on this one, too, if you had something different than that, just understanding better what we're doing.
Yeah, no, that's great. I'll listen. Maybe
Okay.
a comment.
Okay, great. All right. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. I'm Pat Perkins. I'm the Principal Engineer here at Nevada County. Item number 6 that we have before you today is for our annual striping program, and this is for the Western County. This is a safety program that we do every year, and each year we go out and evaluate the roads for road striping throughout the county. This particular year we have 2 contracts, one for Eastern County and one for Western County. Eastern County is already out to bid right now, and that is for the restriping at Donner Pass Road, particularly to try to get the paint up there for the cyclists, putting down markings and things like that. Within Western County is a little bit different. We tend to do that a little bit later in the season. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have on this particular item. We have had quite a bit of public input on this, but I'm again happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Right. Any additional questions for staff, Hardy? Any questions?
Just a comment. Thanks for accelerating the striping project in East County because cycling season starts and we get to benefit from the paint on there and being able to cycle safely. And my other comment is a little self-serving, but I'd like to remind everybody of the 3-foot rule. So if you're riding a bike, my left elbow from there to the car is 3 feet. Most of the time it's like 6 inches or something, but I'd like to remind everybody on that and our enforcement community for writing tickets on it or reporting it if you're a cyclist. And again, huge cyclist community, so thanks for bringing it to our attention and writing the comment in about it.
Thanks. Anybody else have a question or comment? Okay. Now I'll open up public comment if you want.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout and Supervisors. My name is Catherine Thompson, and I am president of Sierra Express Bicycle Club of Nevada County. We have about 140 members, and we asked you pull this item from consent because restriping is one of the most cost-effective safety investments a county can make for drivers and cyclists, but only if the opportunity uses established best practices. Once this project is done, the roads won't be restriped for some time. We're asking the board to direct staff to revisit the striping design on select corridors before the bid goes out. Many of the project roads included active bicycling routes, such as LeBar Meadows, Indian Springs, and Magnolia Road. Right now, the specs call for the centerline and edgeline restriping only. A small portion of Nevada City Highway added bike lane, and we appreciate that. We're asking for 3 changes, though, for the corridors the bicyclists use. First, narrow the travel lane, ideally to 10 feet. As you know, the maximum legal vehicle width is 8.5 feet. A 2023 Johns Hopkins national study of over 1,100 street sections found this does not increase crash rates. And on roads with speeds 30 to 35 miles per hour, narrower lanes are associated with significantly fewer crashes. Federal Highways confirms that reducing lane widths to add bike facilities does not increase overall crash rates. Second, use the reclaimed width for separated bike lanes or designated paved shoulders. Federal Highways data shows that separated lanes reduces crashes by up to 53%. This is a proven safety countermeasure. That's Federal Highway's highest designation. Third, add green pavement markings at key intersections. University research found that green paint causes vehicle speeds to drop and increases driver clearance from cyclists at conflict points. The marginal cost of changing the striping plan at this stage is small. The cost of missing this window is measured in preventable crashes on roads we cyclists use. We respectfully ask the board to direct staff to bring back a revised striping plan for roads used as active cycling routes that incorporates lane narrowing, bike accommodation, and green flag conflict markings before this bid is released. Priority should be given to vehicle-bicycle conflict points. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the board. My name is Reed Hamilton. I'm a member of the Sierra Express Bicycle Club Transportation Committee. And Catherine spoke about specific suggestions. What I want to remind the board is about the benefits of safe cycling for the county as a whole. First is emissions. We know that the vast majority of emissions in the county are from transportation. So safe cycling routes get people out of their cars, reduce emissions, and have co-benefits on traffic congestion and parking. And yes, the terrain is challenging here, but the increasing availability of e-bikes has opened up the door for people of all ages and abilities to ride. The second benefit is public health. Getting people out and exercising on bicycles has positive impacts on things like cardiac health, diabetes, and mental health. The third is the recreation economy, which I know is a priority for the board this year. We know that mountain bikers come from all over the place to ride on the beautiful trails we have here in a beautiful setting. We could have that for road cycling too. We could become a mecca for road cycling. As an advocate for county agriculture, I note that Nevada, Napa and Sonoma counties have dozens of options for bicycle tours that include local farms, wineries, cheesemakers, and dining establishments. We could be doing that here if we have the vision and plan for it. I would love to see at some point that the Nevada County Resource Conservation District's board's farm trail map would incorporate bicycle routes and a list of vendors who could conduct guided rides. And so we need to be thinking ahead on this, and some of these things like striping projects are a start for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak on this? No? All right. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for further comments or questions. Hardy?
Could we just have staff weigh in on the two items? One of them is the reduction of the travel way, and then the other one is the double white line. I know that Patrick and I have talked times. The installation of that line is possible in some areas and not possible in others. And my final question is, could we make an amendment to the contract that you have in front of us to include those modifications where applicable so that we didn't have to bring it back to the board?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer those questions. First of all, with regard to the double white stripe, which is the fog line plus an additional stripe, we are starting to do that. In one of the previous conversations that we've had with the bike club, which was approximately a year and a half ago, they had asked if we could do that, particularly down in the Nevada City Highway area, so we could kind of continue on from what they did in the city of Grass Valley up and over. So we are doing the double white stripe, and that's something that we have included in this year's striping program. Where we have the width and where we can do that, this is going to be our first try, quite honestly, doing this. One of the other projects that I would mention that we're doing right now, based on our conversations with the Sierra Bike Club, is that they had asked, kind of a list of projects that they would like us to work on. Ridge Road is one of those projects. So we're working on a bicycle trail path on that, and we do plan on having the white double stripe on that one as well. With regard to lane widths, throughout Nevada County, we typically run with an 11-foot lane width. Because of our topography being, most of our roads are fairly narrow, tight, windy, it's just the nature of being in the foothills. Trying to get down to a 10-foot lane typically doesn't work well for vehicles, particularly if you have a truck with a trailer, a horse trailer, something like that. People are already not staying within their lanes, and that's evidenced by, if you look at the striping, you can see where it's widened out, or vehicles are going across and then the paint is basically gone. Additionally, depending on the speed of the roads, some of our the roads that have a higher speed on it, like LeBar Meadows and things like that, require a 12-foot lane. The faster vehicles are going, the more space they need. So what we have found is that keeping an 11-foot lane is really the ideal for the traffic that's going out on the roads. I would say, however, that over the past couple of years, what we've tried to do is widen out the roads when we're out doing our paving projects. As an example, Dog Bar Road we did a couple of years ago. We may not get a full bike width or a full bike lane, but we're widening it out wherever we can. McCourtney Road was another example of that this year. We didn't get a true bike lane, if you will, but everywhere that we could get extra space, we're trying to create space, more of a safe zone for the cyclists when and where we can. In order to go out and pave shoulders throughout the county to make bike paths is a very expensive operation, so we're trying to pick it up when and where we can and where it makes sense. But at this point, our recommendation is to stay with the 11-foot lanes, and even we go to 12-foot lanes on some roads. I would also say that the annual striping program is exactly that. We go out every year, we evaluate the roads. Roads are on roughly a 2 to 3 year cycle. So if for some reason we come up with something in the next year or so, we could always look at various widths, and we're happy to meet with the bicycle club, again, go over certain things that they would like.
Heidi, any comments? No? Rob?
Yeah, thanks for that, and thanks for bringing this up, and I appreciate the input. I know, I think Reed was even in on the meeting with Sue and I last week with NCTC, and there was a pretty robust discussion on similar issues here, but it was related to the highway widening, and Caltrans, of course, is lead agency on this. And I think with the advocates on that, Dwayne Strausser and I think Robin with NCTC, they're avid bikers, so I'm glad to hear on the county projects here, we're putting an emphasis on it. I think what we found there, and I'm sure it's similar here, that there's some spots where it's doable, some spots where it's not, depending, like you said, on the topography. And it was the same thing with Caltrans, depending on the area and the regulations. So I would look forward to, I would say, from my standpoint, all other things being equal, if we can increase the safety, of course, that's something we want to do. Of course, we got to balance that with all the other things. But my one question after all that is, Caltrans, in our previous discussion, it was the state, and they had pretty strict requirements. On the county roads, how much leeway and flexibility do we have? Or is it still kind of under the same regulating agency, the state?
We all follow the same rules, which come down from the feds, basically, and Caltrans has certain widths. We have widths. Our engineering standards that have been adopted by the board also show the various widths. What they'll show is paving width, and then where we stripe it. We do have a little bit of flexibility in some areas. As I mentioned, depending on the speed of the road, we've got what they call a local class 1 road that calls out for a 12-foot lane. If you get down to some of the smaller roads where you're talking 0 to, say, 400 vehicles, sometimes you can get a little bit narrow and things like that. So we do have some flexibility, but once we get below 11 feet, it really, the vehicles won't be able to stay in that lane. If it's a straight shot, maybe they can, but our roads are really not straight. They're twisty and turny, and so getting down to a 10-foot lane is really not something that we could do.
Yeah, and I know it continues to be a challenge, and I know with the highways, it was really the discussion centered on the rumble strips and what we could do to kind of stagger them or move them to allow more safety on the highway. So it's a huge issue, and hope we can continue to work on it. I appreciate the input.
Yeah, and we're glad to look at it, but we do want to keep a consistent lane width for the vehicles too, so it's not something that we can really vary. You can't have it at 10 feet, then 11 feet, then 12 feet, or some variation of that. Once you set the lane width, you need to keep the same lane width for the drivers.
So what I'm hearing is, though, when we are able to do it, we have been adding it. That's what I'm hearing. I mean, I'm just thinking of Indian Springs, for example. From Pin Valley Drive to Spencerville, there is no extra period, and you can see that by the grooves in the side of the road from people going across the white line. So I'm just saying, and then there's other parts of Indian Springs when you go from Spencerville, yeah, that still is pretty tough all the way up until you get almost to McCourtney Road. So I'm just saying, I'm hearing what they're saying. We've got a lot of bike riders. I watch that, and I think it is important. I do think that's been a priority for all of us to look at how we manage that with funding. And that's the other part that's a little bit challenging we're dealing with. We're seeing some of our funding that's going down, down, down for doing that. So we're really trying to maintain and keep the safety by having those white lines in there. I think we need to continue to do that. But what I am hearing is where that's happening, we are doing it. And so, and those all be a priorities that let's say eventually, maybe we're going to work on someday Indian Springs is going to get repaved again. But then part of that is there's not an easement that's wide enough there. Is that correct?
Each road is different, and the easements vary. It can be within 100 foot of section of a road. Sometimes it's 60 feet, sometimes it's 40 feet, and it depends where the road fits within that easement. But where we can and when we can, we try to widen it out. It's not we're not going to do 2 miles at a stretch as a general rule, but again, when we have McCourtney Road as an example, or Dog Bar where we're doing large paving, we try to get every bit that we can.
Right. Okay. No, that's what I just wanted to hear, but we are actively doing that work as we can find it and it can happen.
Yes.
Okay.
And thank you, Supervisors. One of the things that Mr. Tucker brought up that I'd like to point out is that we do work very closely with the Nevada County Transportation Commission. We are evaluating, corridors for where we can, make improvements. So this is something that we actively do look at and work with our community partners.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for showing up, and thanks for bringing this to our attention. I would hate to see us continue this item because it's time sensitive. I know striping is one of those things where it can't be too hot or too cold. So you have a fairly small window, and the weather's extremely unpredictable right now based on what we're seeing. So, but what I would ask is if staff will meet with the bicycle group and kind of lay out exactly where we're going and what we're doing and see where we can work in their suggestions. And I think that there can be minor modifications made without it having to come back to the board, unless was a huge additional expense, I'm guessing.
Okay,
let me
Chair, we hear that direction, and we can make minor modifications as necessary
Okay.
without going back to the board,
Okay,
correct?
and Hardy had one more question.
Just really quick, you know the signs, cyclist, like beware, caution cyclists ahead or something, is that our responsibility or mutual, or who puts those out and who determines where they go?
Most of the signs that are within the county right away, almost all of them are ours, and we can put them up where, quite honestly, where we see fit.
Okay, a while back when we were changing the speed limit on McCourtney, I voted no, and I got outvoted, and the speed limit went up, and that's okay. But there's an app on Strava that tracks, what activities. There's also a community page that Strava produces, like high fidelity data on rider locations and heat maps. So just as one thought, the county could, use that advisory data to place signs in areas that are important in conjunction with the bike club, if that's something that we think may enhance safety.
Happy to discuss that with the bike club or whomever to see if that's an alternative that we can use to help provide safer ways.
Yeah, just want to point out that that's a good point. I don't think you got outvoted on that. I think the state rules is what got us outvoted on that. So I think that's something that we can continue to advocate for, is how we set our speed limits in our counties. So,
yeah.
But I would echo you that, I mean, I didn't want to see it go faster on McCourtney as well. So I just think that, Mooney Flat was another one we talked about. So I think that that's where our legislative platform could continue to come in, and we need to work on that. Our bicyclist clubs could also do some of that kind of advocation. So
yeah.
I think there's lots of work that we can do together to make this better. And I know we're always looking for grants and funding, especially NCTC. Bike paths, and that's a priority, and sidewalks, so that we have multimodal come in from city to city. I think those are really important. So I think we'll all continue to work on that.
Agreed. Yes, I agree. And I think that we've come a long way with both pedestrian and bicycle safety in the county. It might not seem like that to the bicyclists, but if you'd ridden your bike around 30 years ago, there was it was much more dangerous than it is today, especially in certain areas. So we will continue to look at it, and hopefully your group will be willing to sit down with staff and make sure that before you guys leave today, we can connect you with David and Pat and Tricia, our CDA director, and we'll get a meeting on the books, and any input that we can formulate into the plan, we will definitely do. So, all right, with that, I would look for a motion on this item.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes. All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, our next item is general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items that are not appearing on today's agenda, but are of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board. And you have 3 minutes. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Martin. People know me as Izzy. I live in Chair Swarthout's district. Thank you for this opportunity. The Board of Supervisors, I used to sit in your seat many years ago. You might be familiar with work I have done since that time. I led the Sierra Fund, working to bring new resources to the lasting cultural, environmental, and health impacts of legacy gold mining. I'm retired now, but I am continuing that work as a volunteer leader with the newly formed Sierra Protection Action Network. Our current focus is on increasing the pace and scale of reclamation and remediation of abandoned mine lands. I think we know that we here in Nevada County are ground zero of the gold rush. These abandoned mine lands cross jurisdictions of every level of government, from federal to state to county, special districts, tribal lands, and of course, private property. The way we can address these abandoned mine land impacts is the tool we always use all the time, the general plan. Has an element called the safety element. If you look at your safety element, you'll notice that it doesn't say anything about cleaning up the abandoned mines. And yet your own hazardous assessment last year, people in helicopters looked down and were overwhelmed by the amount of abandoned mine lands, the scarred lands in our community. The way you address these problems is in the general plan, amending the safety element to see and respond to these scars. We have jurisdiction over private property, and we have these other entities, state and federal, et cetera, that we could advise and talk to about the problems that leave their federal land and roll onto our private property or our county lands. Some of the most serious unremediated abandoned mines, in fact, are on private property, such as the Idaho-Maryland mine lands on the border of Grass Valley. This mine was rated at the top of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's list of mines on private property that require remediation based on proximity to the city, impacts on water quality, and other factors. We're ground zero. This board, in its wisdom, a year ago, said, hey, there's a problem with abandoned mines, and created a mining charter to take a focus and to look at this. And I applaud you for that. Nevada County leads this state in understanding these impacts because we live through it, we live on it, we live around it. So I applaud your creation of that mining charter. I look forward to what comes out of that work that I know went on for a while, but I haven't been able to really pierce the veil of what you've learned. In closing, I would like to invite members of the board to take an abandoned mine tour. You could go with me alone or with the Sierra Protection Network. I know of an abandoned mine in each of your districts that I could take you and show you.
Thank you.
Hello, Nevada County Supervisors. My name is Rena Hickey, and I'm an organizer with California Environmental Voters for the Sierra Nevada region. I am here today to propose adding abandoned mine lands, also known as AMLs, to the safety element of the general county plans in order to address gold's toxic legacy in Nevada County. I am a Gen Z political advocate from the Valley that calls the Sierra my home away from home. I hike, run, swim all around the Sierra, and it wasn't until recently that I found a dangerous secret for our beautiful Sierra. I grew up with the gold rush in our history textbooks, but I've learned that we were not taught the whole story, that we're not taught that gold mining has left us forever damaged environmental health and cultural impacts, that we have gaping holes in the mountains that can collapse at any moment, that our communities are built around land destruction and is still in need of remediation. And the natural world was disturbed with mining, and there are still elevated amounts of asbestos, lead, and arsenic near these tailings and sites today. Mercury is still found in our water, sedimentation is still lessening capacity in our reservoirs, and acid mine drainage is still impacting our water sources. Abandoned mine lands are in almost every county in California, but more so here in Gold Country. The Department of Commerce states that 85% of these AML features are a threat to human life. These AMLs are our issue, and these AMLs are posing threats to our communities, and even in this country, due to the lack of courage to address them. So this is a Sierra-wide issue. This is also a Nevada County issue. With your power and influence, we have the opportunity to create stronger action for abandoned mine lands by requiring the safety element of the county general plan to be updated to address the impacts of both legacy, unreclaimed mines, as well as any future proposed mines. This puts the priority on public health and safety, and it focuses on local jobs, economy, and importantly, it creates local opportunity. At EnviroVoters, we're also looking to support the state's duty to assist in these county needs as well. That we would be a pioneering county to jumpstart more immediate reclamation projects to protect our natural resources while addressing the safety of our homes and schools. For this reason, we are championing legislative action to increase the gold mining fee that miners pay per ounce of gold mined in the state. It was originally set in 1995 when the price was $400. The fee was set at $5 an ounce. The price of gold today is almost $5,000, and the fee has not changed since 1995. And this would be increasing the funds to Nevada County to support the cost of changing your safety element. Please consider supporting our efforts. We look forward to learning more about the mining charter and advising you on.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Anybody else wishing to make public comment on items not on the agenda? Now's your opportunity. No? Any callers, team?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, then we will close public comment and move on to our next agenda item. All right. You got some? Yeah. All right. Item number 21, Arts and Culture Creativity Month. So I was asked if we would create a resolution acknowledging, proclaiming that April 2026 is Arts and Culture and Creativity Month in Nevada County. As chair this year, I have designated this is the year of the small business, and under that umbrella, it obviously is going to recognize the tremendous arts and culture businesses that directly are here that help our economy thrive. More recently, in January, we took on a new priority objective called Arts and Tourism, which we're going to talk about today when we look at our charters. The county appreciates and celebrates the arts through numerous partnerships, including Arts in Public Spaces, and by proclaiming Youth Art Month in March. Right now, I would encourage everybody, if you have an opportunity to walk through the board, through the Rood Center here and see all the artwork that was hung by the students. It's pretty amazing. We have some really talented kids in our community. More formally, since 2009, the Nevada County Arts Council has served as the board-designated countywide arts and service organizations and administers 2 state-designated California cultural districts, including Grass Valley, Nevada City, and the Truckee Cultural District. We have created a resolution, but we didn't, for some reason, we did not do a copy of it, but we will get that to the Arts Council because I'd like to read this and then present it to you. Whereas Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, celebrated each April, is the 8th annual statewide observance established by the California Legislature in 2019. And whereas Nevada County is the home to 2 of California's 14 designated cultural districts, whereas the County of Nevada believes that arts, culture, and creativity are essential to a thriving community and inspire joy and connection, and whereas the Nevada County believes that the arts are a vital part of a rural economy, creating meaningful work for artists while generating broader downstream benefits for the community. Whereas the creative sector contributes approximately $66 million and nearly 1,400 full-time equivalent jobs to Nevada County's economy annually, according to the 22-23 Arts and Economic Prosperity Study. Whereas the County of Nevada helps to advance the arts through programs such as Art in Public Spaces, and where the County of Nevada values its partnerships with Nevada County Arts Council and state-level arts organizations such as the California for the Arts and California Arts Council. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of April 2026 as Art, Culture, and Creativity Month in Nevada County. So with that, I think if my colleagues don't have any questions or comments at this time, I'm going to open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to here for, so come on down.
Kimberly very kindly offered to read my public comment, but now I'm going to look at it on my phone if I can see my words. Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the board. Thank you for proclaiming April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in Nevada County. This recognition affirms that art and culture are not peripheral to community life. They are part of the infrastructure that helps our communities thrive. This year's statewide theme, Joy, Action, and Power, reminds us that the arts bring people together, inspire civic participation, and strengthen our collective capacity to shape a positive future for Nevada County. I especially want to thank the board for your continued engagement with Culture Forward 2026 to 2032, Nevada County's Arts and Culture Action Plan. Over the past 18 months, this work brought together artists, educators, local businesses, civic leaders, our venues, and arts and culture organizations, and county departments, along with hundreds of residents across both incorporated and unincorporated communities. What emerged is a shared roadmap for strengthening our creative economy and expanding access to arts and culture countywide. So it's so encouraging to see arts and culture now being considered as a formal county objective. As Nevada County's state local partner to the California Arts Council and to you, and as administering organization for both of our state-designated cultural districts, we stand ready to support the county in aligning that objective with Culture Forward and the opportunities already underway across Grass Valley, Nevada City, Truckee, and our rural communities. Arts and Culture and Creativity Month reminds us that creativity is not only something we celebrate, it is something we build together. We look forward to continuing this partnership with you in the months to come. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the board. My name is Kelly Cutler, a Truckee resident for over 20 years, working in the nonprofit sector and serving as the program manager for the Truckee Cultural District since 2023. I'm here today on behalf of the Nevada County Arts Council and both of our state-designated cultural districts to thank you for proclaiming our April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in Nevada County. Truckee Town Council will be following suit on April 7th. The work of the Truckee Cultural District and investment in our creative economy is felt locally through our daily, weekly, and monthly communications, highlighting our local artisans and events, through our annual mini grants program, through our fee-for-service contracts with the Truckee Airport and Town of Truckee, with Art at the Airport and Dark Skies continuing education and awareness programs. Truckee Cultural District is actively providing support for a growing literary and film community. In April, our second annual Truckee Literary Crawl is attracting published writers and literary enthusiasts from across the United States. Jesse Locks, here with us today from the Nevada City Film Festival and Nevada County Arts Council, reports that their first grantee of the Filmed in Nevada County grant is in Truckee for a 3-day shoot this week, with over half of the production team made up of local Truckee professionals contributing $30,000 to the local economy. We're really excited about this. Just last week at the Truckee Chamber Good Morning Truckee presentation, 4 climate experts from UNR, UC Berkeley, Protect Our Winters, and Sierra Avalanche Center reported on the future of snow in our region and globally. In Truckee, as we grapple with rapidly changing weather conditions and the impacts on our rural mountain town, we're being encouraged to build climate resiliency and to diversify economies. I am optimistic that the future of the arts in Truckee will continue to gain critical momentum with strong leadership and continued state-local funding. By investing in the arts, we are investing in small businesses, community sustainability, and well-being. Lastly, I just want to give a shout out and special thanks to Supervisor Bullock for the great work he's doing in East County. Thanks, Hardy.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down from Truckee today. Anybody else?
Hello, good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the board. My name is Hannah Mosby. I'm a resident of Grass Valley and I work with Nevada County Arts Council. Thank you so much for recognizing April as Nevada County's Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. This proclamation gives recognition to our local creative economy and the significant impact artists and creative workers have in this county. This, along with the board's recent efforts to recognize arts and culture as a priority, is felt and appreciated by the creative community at large. While we celebrate the richness arts and cultures brings here, its power as an economic driver and a beacon for tourism, it's important to remember that a healthy arts community needs support at a foundational level. The work we do serving the local creative community helps to bring that foundation, build that foundation. Through mentorship, technical support, free resources, and grant programs, Nevada County Arts Council provides this support. All creatives in every walk of life are welcome into our office and our inboxes, no matter their skill, level of career, or knowledge. Same goes for our venues, big and small, arts organizations, collectives, guilds, and creative businesses. We are here as your partners, ensuring that our creative community, which contributes so much to Nevada County, remains valued, supported, and appreciated. Again, thank you for recognizing Nevada County's creative community, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Gianna Arbex, and I serve as Program Manager for the Grass Valley, Nevada City Cultural District. I'm here today on behalf of Nevada County Arts Council and both our state-designated cultural districts to thank you for proclaiming April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. This recognition affirms that arts and culture are not only central to the quality of life in our communities, but also to our local economy, identity, and our sense of place. Across the county, both incorporated and unincorporated, we're working to support artists, strengthen cultural tourism, and expand access to arts and culture. This work is guided by Culture Forward, the first ever 6-year plan for arts and culture action plan, which reflects extensive community input and provides a shared community roadmap for sustaining and growing our creative sector. Through initiatives like our mini grant program and Muse, Nevada County's guides to local arts and culture, we're helping to circulate resources locally, elevate our artists and creative businesses, and connect locals and tourists to the cultural life of our region. We're also engaged at the state level, advocating for continued investment in programs like the cultural districts. These are resources that are critical for sustaining this work locally. The county plays a vital role ensuring the long-term sustainability and strength of our creative sector, and we're here as your county arts agency, working to support and strengthen the arts and culture ecosystem across Nevada County. Thank you so much again for your leadership, your partnership, and to celebrating Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month with us. I'd like to put out an invite. We're doing the official launch of Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month this Friday, March 27th at 5 p.m. at the Center for the Arts. We'll be alongside Julie Baker, who's the Executive Director for California for the Arts. We'd love to see all of you there, as well as our county staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Swarthout, members of the board. My name is Jessie Locks, and I serve as the board president of the Nevada County Arts Council. I'd like to thank you for participating, proclaiming April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in Nevada County, and for your continued leadership in recognizing the role of arts and culture play in the vitality of our community. From a governance perspective, we see Culture Forward as an important shared framework for collaboration between the county and many partners working across every corner of our creative sector. That plan reflects an extensive 18-month planning process that was developed through community participation and identifies practical opportunities to strengthen economic and workforce development, support small business, expand access in rural areas, and sustain the cultural character and fabric of Nevada County. It truly serves as a North Star. As someone who was shaped by the incredible arts education I received in Nevada County schools and who went on to build a successful career in the creative economy, I'm deeply inspired to see arts and culture recognized as a county priority. I'm also excited about the opportunity this creates to align county leadership with the meaningful work already happening through our cultural districts and local partnerships. As a board, we see Nevada County Arts Council's role as helping connect these efforts locally, regionally, and at the state level, and supporting implementation in ways that serve all of our communities.
Gianna already invited you to the big party, so I hope that you can make it. And I want to say thank you so much again for your partnership in recognizing Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else wish to make public comment? Any callers?
Chair, we have one caller.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Gayleen Tompkins, and I'm a passionate community arts volunteer, donor, and supporter. I'd like to speak in support of the Culture Forward initiative and the resolution you have before you today proclaiming April 2026 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in Nevada County. Nevada County enjoys a very rich arts community, and many businesses benefit from the economic value of public participation in arts events, including concerts, museums, and gallery showings. I'd like to respectfully encourage the board to continue to lend its support and leadership by attending events and enacting resolutions such as this. Thank you for your support today.
Thank you. With that, we will close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Rob, any comment? Sue?
No, just great to do this. I think especially, I love the kids programs that we go in, and I think there's not one day that goes by that you can't touch some kind of art or culture that goes on in our community, and that's what's really exciting. It doesn't really matter what your interest is, there's a place where you can go and find, and I think that's something unique and wonderful about what you begin to create and bring to the community to be involved in. It was a little bit sex. We always knew we were artistic, but it was kind of quiet for a while. And you guys have really made that bloom by making us a cultural district, and same thing in Truckee. So thank you for the hard work that you all do, and congratulations to all the artists and folks that participate in this. I think it's really important that we highlight them, and I love that we're going to do that for the whole month of April and every day of the year.
Heidi? Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Kelly, for the shout out. It was fun to see. Kelly and I were together at the Government Action Committee meeting in Truckee, and we made a pact to try and get some public art inside the new Truckee Navigation Center for the homeless population, which I think is so rad that you brought that up, and it's all thanks to you and your energy that you bring to it. I'm a student of the whole arts piece, but I'm doing my best, and I really appreciate you guys guiding me through it and supporting us.
Thanks. Thank you. Well, just a couple of brief comments. One of the things I love about the arts and culture in Nevada County is it encompasses the whole county. It's really refreshing to see us all work together, Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee, on one common thing. And I think art is the thing that truly does bring people together. Last week, as I sat in the Center for the Arts and watched the Gypsy Kings sold-out show, over 500 people, having the best time. And music, it really is the equalizer. It brings everybody together. You forgot all about your problems, and you just sat there and you listened to the music and you watched the joy of the people in the room. And I so appreciate that. And not only was it an incredible event for the community, but the Gypsy Kings came 2 days early, stayed in downtown Grass Valley, spent money eating, drinking, Nevada City, toured the community. So when you look at not only does it bring joy to the community, it also brings economic vitality. So thanks to all the arts organizations and all the work that they do in the community. Thank you to Eliza. I never would have thought when you and I sat down together at least 10 years ago in Caroline's Coffee, when you were brand new to the community and brand new to this work, and you shared your vision for me, and in my naysayer way, I said, oh, none of that will ever happen. You have so surpassed any of expectations I might have had for the work of the Arts Council. So thanks for all that you do. I don't have a resolution with me, but I will have somebody bring it on Friday night for your event. And can we do a quick picture with everybody? Is that okay? All right.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So, hang on one second, Hardy. So we do need to have a motion to pass the resolution. So is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes. Great, motion passes. So with that, we're just going to take a little 7-minute break. You can say that. We'll talk about that. All right. Okay, on to the next thing. Item number 22, naming facility for the Deer Creek Behavioral Health Center. Ariel. Next week, the 31st.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout and honorable members of the board. My name is Dr. Carrie Yardley. I am your acting director of behavioral health. And with me, I have Ariel Lovett, our chief fiscal administrative officer for Health and Human Services Agency. And we are here to bring forth the naming of our BCHIP project and also a resolution honoring that naming.
Good morning, Chair and Board. As you know, we were awarded a BCHIP grant to construct a secure mental health facility and are here before you today to seek approval on the name per our policy, and in that context provide you a quick update and some renderings that you'll see throughout the presentation of where we are in the project.
So just in general, our project is a 16-bed acute psychiatric health facility and mental health rehabilitation center. And basically what that means is we are going to be serving Medi-Cal members who are in an acute behavioral health crisis in Nevada County. And if we go to the next slide, Ariel, what we can see is that we are currently sending people out of county. And what that means for our community, for our Medi-Cal members who are serving who have a behavioral health crisis, is driving 4 to 6 hours away to our closest facility to receive the care they need. And by bringing that into our county, we are providing better and more integrated care for our community members. We are also better able to coordinate treatment to support a member as they are transitioning back into the community.
So where we are now, reminder, we were awarded $23.7 million. We applied for the grant in December of 2024. We're conditionally awarded in May of 2025. Last month, your board approved and we were able to sign the program funding agreement, and then construction will be beginning next month, so moving quickly.
So, as I said before, this is a 24/7 locked acute and subacute facility. So people will arrive in the care of someone and depart in the care of someone. We have Crestwood Behavioral Health as our operations partner, and they run many facilities across the state. And then care will also be coordinated with our local treatment system.
So here are just some renderings to share with you a visual representation of what the building will look like. The colors may change slightly, and we've worked very closely with our facilities department as well as our sheriff's office, both on the design and ensuring that the building really complements the campus, also is respectful and coordinates well with the sheriff's intended jail expansion. And then really also the design supports a warm, welcoming, and safe therapeutic environment for our residents. This aspect, I can't really show you, I don't think I have a pointer, but you can see the large flat building on the left, on the right-hand side of the screen is the jail. You'll see so this is kind of from the Cement Hill perspective again. To the left of that with the angles is our proposed new facility. You'll see the empty lot. Behind that is the other half of the lot, which is where the sheriff is intending to have the jail expansion. And then further, you can see that flat building is a not great representation of the building that we're in right now, but kind of gives that overall aspect. So in terms of the naming process, we have an administrative policy guiding the naming process, really just following those guidelines which preclude names that may be offensive or discriminatory or named for any specific person. We did source names through HHSA stakeholders. Our policy also encourages the naming with respect to local landmarks. And so our proposed name is the Deer Creek Behavioral Health Center. This really honors the location with the site of the facility being in the Deer Creek watershed. The Deer Creek starts at about 4,000 feet high above Scotts Flat and then flows through the county right here through Nevada City, where it sort of rushes through downtown Nevada City on its way to join the Yuba. And Dr. Yardley has really kind of done a beautiful job in articulating how that also connotes the process that we go through, how our life journey is formed through the experiences we have and transformed by those connections toward wellness. So next steps, we are seeking your approval today on that naming. We also have a groundbreaking on March 31st. I understand it's on all of your calendars and the community is welcome as well. We'll be coming back to you in April and May to encumber the parcel. And then, as I mentioned, construction is really starting next month with site work, and then the actual facility construction beginning in June of this year with the goal of completion in August of 2027 and being open for services in September of 27. That concludes our presentation. We welcome any questions or comments.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for Ariel or Dr. Yardley? Hardy?
Thank you. Yeah, super exciting. I like the name. And I just, on the slide 3, one of the benefits is the economic benefit. And I think way back when we just saw a lot of contracts coming through for clients being served in out-of-county facilities, and like having this in our county where physicians and clinicians and support staff and everybody who will benefit from that, plus obviously, like you're saying, having them close to their family where they can be supported by the community. That was one piece, but the other one, I just want to thank the community, and I think it's your district and your constituents really for the support of this facility, because I know in other areas of the county, it can be hard to place facilities of this nature inside or close to the adjacent community. So just thanks to the community for supporting and trusting in the county to provide services that are going to help somebody and not create an impact. So I just really appreciate that. And then finally, just you guys did this with such speed, and it was kind of a nimble project, and you guys got the grant and got it awarded and planned the building. It's a real testament to doing something right, I think, in the county planning process and grant process and everything. So just job well done. Thank you.
Heidi?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for all of this. Hardy, you have been an advocate for this kind of a facility since the beginning. So I'm excited for you as well that you are bringing this forward. This looks great. Thank you for taking the time to make sure that the name was appropriate and locally relevant. I think you did a good job, and I'm ready to see this thing go up. Thank you.
Sue, any comments?
No, Hardy said it pretty good, but I would just say this was amazing to have this come together the way it did. There was a short turnaround of time, the application that just shows the amount of work that went into this and the planning and how ahead of the game you really were. This doesn't always happen very quickly. Usually projects are years out. And here we are. We're going to break ground in June. And so that's really exciting. And again, Hardy touched on that. I think having is great economic. I think that's important, obviously. But being at home in your atmosphere where you can heal and become back into a community, I think is going to be so relevant to so many people that we have to manage here. And I'm excited for them for that. I think it was a plus that we had a campus area that kind of helped speed it up, right? That we didn't have to find property and have to figure out how to make that work. So I just want to give kudos to everybody that worked on this, because again, it was a very fast turnaround. We had an application that had to get done fast. We had to make decisions fast, and then look at the renderings. It's going to be a beautiful facility that helps to heal people. So I just want to thank you all for the work, and thank you for stepping up in your interim position. We're glad to have you.
Rob?
Yeah, not much to add. Thank you. And I know from experience, naming, sometimes private, public, brings out passions and controversy in ways that you wouldn't think. But as soon as I saw this one, it struck me. I think you hit a home run on it. Good job on that, and all the best going forward.
Yes, I would concur with all the comments, and I will say you're right about the naming issue, and we did have a pretty robust discussion about this at the facilities meeting on several occasions, so I was pleased to see that this is what was landed on. I think it's a great name, speaks to the location. It's so hard because, you think Sierra Nevada or Sierra, but then you have to realize that that's potentially going to get confused with other facilities, so I think that this is a unique perspective, so thank you very much. All right, I'm going to open the public comment. Is there any comments on this? Any calls?
Currently, no calls.
No calls. Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board for more discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. Thank you. We'll see you next Tuesday at 9 o'clock for the groundbreaking. Yeah. All right. Moving right along. Item number 23 is the film permits ordinance. I think Tricia and Kimberly, welcome.
Good morning. Tricia Tillotson, Community Development Agency Director. And I'll pass it to Kimberly.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisor, and members of the board. It is my pleasure to bring forward an updated ordinance for film, especially on a timely day when you have just declared Art, Culture, and Creativity Month. The goal, thank you. The goal today is to introduce and waive further reading of the ordinance amending Title VI, Chapter 7 of the reading of the Nevada County Code pertaining to film permits. Why this matters? Last June, well, I'll back up and just say about a year and a half or so ago, when Steve Monahan was leaving, he encouraged film permits to be moved over under economic development with a smile saying, no, don't worry about it. You'll get a couple of Donner Summit car commercials a year, and that's, this about what you'll get called on. Well, in June, the governor came out with $750 million in tax credits, and beginning in early July, the phone began to ring. And we have seen over the time since then an increased interest in filming in Nevada County. But we've also realized that we are kind of in the infancy of our program and need to really make sure that we're being clear, consistent in our permitting process, that we're protecting public safety, property, and our environment, and we're positioning the county to capture the economic benefit of a film program. This is about being ready, not reactive, while protecting our community priorities. So, what the ordinance does, the changes to the ordinance are really quite minor, but it does clarify permit requirements and exemptions, examples of like who can film and who needs permitting. It establishes an application timeline of 3 to 10 business days for response and getting back. It requires insurance, traffic control, and site restoration. Site restoration ensures that any location used for filming is returned to its original or better condition with no cost or impact to the county or property owners. It also formalizes a film liaison authority and rules. This is not creating something new, it's actually refining and clarifying what we're already doing and have in place. Nevada County is already a filming destination. Feature films, commercials, and digital content are filmed here. A lot of us know, because we've heard 1,000 times about the Christmas card film that was filmed in Nevada City, but that continues to this day to bring incredible economic value to our region. People come to Nevada City, and I can tell you firsthand, my sister was one of them. When she came, she wanted to go to every location that was in that film. And what was really special about that particular film was the fact that it used the Nevada City name. So people kind of identified the city and wanted to come to our location. But there are also a lot of other things that have been filmed here, a lot of car commercials, other kinds of commercials, local commercials. A lot of you may not realize that a number of years ago, before I was ever here, there was a Super Bowl commercial with Kermit the Frog, with parts of it filmed up in our little town of Washington. I still have a copy of that on my computer because one of the production assistants from that sent it to me. We also have diverse settings here: historic towns, forests, rivers, but also buildings, houses that are great external views as well. There's a growing demand for smaller, fast-moving productions. And so why add a program now? Because our competing counties are very well organized. It provides economic opportunities to support local businesses and jobs. It supports our creative economy, and it improves coordination and responsiveness. We're also having conversations with our 2 cities in town with the goal of trying to be consistent in how we deliver our film program in Nevada County. Film production brings immediate local spending, everything from hotel stays to catering and equipment rentals. Nevada County already has the locations and is seeing growing interest from these smaller productions. With minimal investment, we can better capture activity and support local businesses simply by being organized and responsive. We have not only on-site location filming, but we have filming on private properties. And this is something that we're also developing out. Along with the ordinance, we're developing some guidelines that will go on our website. And we're also trying to develop some tips for people who film on private property. While if you film on private property, you don't have to have a permit, it still affects the county. We still would like to gather that economic data, but we also want to make sure the things that are happening on private property are happening safely. So with that, I appreciate your time, and now I'm happy to take time to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. So if you go back to your promotional slide of Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee. Yeah, so that is not Grass Valley, nor Nevada City, nor Truckee in your picture there. So hopefully I don't know if this is something that was put together for this presentation.
It was AI.
Okay. So AI is not always correct, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, where in downtown Grass Valley is that? And it'd be lovely if Nevada City did sit on the creek like that. So just,
good thought.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, great job. I'm really happy to see that we're formalizing this whole process, because it can be a struggle for people. So any questions for Kimberly or Tricia on this issue?
Thanks for the presentation. How many permits have we issued and how many inquiries have we gotten?
Oh, I will tell you, with regards to inquiries, they are happening almost every week. Since January, I think I've just done my 3rd actual permit. And that's one of the reasons I want to get coordinated, because a lot of times you're talking to scouts or production directors, et cetera, and you have to kind of sell your area, honestly, because they may be committed and looking at El Dorado or Placer. And probably, though, weekly, I probably get 2 to 3 inquiries right now. I'll also say that we've really come together and we're working very closely with both Placer and El Dorado County, who have very good film programs. They've been incredibly generous with their assistance to me in helping to develop our program. And we've actually started to come together as a team. In fact, we're going down to Auburn and all coming together to discuss film in the next, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. And I get a lot of referrals from those 2 counties as well.
Heidi, question?
Yeah, thank you. This is really exciting. This actually came up years ago for me early on, when people were suggesting that we do more to invite people up here to film. And I think the Circle Film Fest, when you're bringing a lot of film producers up here, has also generated more interest and gotten the word out how beautiful it is up here and how many historic sites there are. So I'm not surprised that their interest is ginning up, and I'm excited that you're putting these restrictions on. I think we want to encourage this kind of economic development and obviously encourage people seeing and appreciating how beautiful this place is, but to make sure that they have insurance, that they do restore the sites is critical. So I'm really glad that we're making this a little more sophisticated. And I would, you may be already doing this, but I would encourage you also to make sure that there's a communication method for probably the chambers of commerce, but also the governmental bodies. So if we know there's going to be some big filming thing downtown Nevada City, we should all be aware ahead of time to deal with traffic, to, notify folks. I think that would be helpful, just anticipating, the kinds of issues that could bring up.
I appreciate your saying that because, again, that's part of the reasons we really want to coordinate closely with the towns and the towns and the cities. And I'll do my best to make sure you all are made aware when there's something that's going to be filming in your area. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the chambers and the Arts Council have been very supportive as well. And I have to just mention that there's a lot of film talent here. They're kind of coming out of the woodwork, calling me, people who have done really big things in Los Angeles and other places that want to be part of this. And then I also need to mention Jessie Locks and the film festivals, because that brings so much credibility to this and our programs. And she's referred a couple things back and forth, and the fact that they had this grant this year and now there's actually things that are being funded and to be filmed in our county. I see a tremendous amount of future collaboration there.
Rob, any question, comment? No? Sue?
No, this is great. I mean, it's fun to think there's little programs we see all the time. My girlfriend was in one of the first McDonald's was filmed here. That always cracks me up. I still have a picture of her in it. And I don't even know if it ever went on air, but they made it here. That always just cracks me up. But anyway, back to that. I just have one little question. So encroachment fees that come with this. So encroachment permits are in there, but then I see when you go down here, it's red line where it says that fees are required on encroachment permits, and that's lined out. So is that just going to go back to the encroachment fees, and is there something set up for that, how this is all going to work?
Correct, yeah. And our Public Works Department has been processing encroachment permits for film for years and has coordinated with whichever department or agency has been overseeing film. With Kimberly overseeing the film permits, though, it's been really improved collaboration, and that's been really important. But yes, talking about the ordinance itself, it's just referring back to the encroachment permit section of the ordinance rather than repeating it.
Okay, yeah, just curious. I just was reading through that, and that's one thing that caught my eye. Okay, great. No, thanks. What an opportune time to do this during Arts and Culture Month.
Yeah. I think it's great also that you're coordinating and collaborating. My concern always in these situations is for the disruption of business, having lived that when I was downtown Grass Valley, when they filmed a couple of commercials, and it can be significant. So I love the fact that there's now a person that they can talk to. You can make sure that businesses are notified and what all the proper procedures are and how we protect our local businesses, because while it can be of great economic benefit, it can also be really detrimental when you do street closures and certain things. But I know I watch a lot of TV, and oftentimes I'll be watching something and think, wow, that's really beautiful. And it's not the place that they say it is, because there's all these fictitious places. So I always go online to see where they actually film something, and it's fascinating, how much they film, like in Canada, that's supposed to be rural California. So if they can do those same things in rural California, I think that's great.
Yeah, and I'll just mention part of, again, the collaborative effort is I think some of the things that have happened, like you're mentioning, Lisa, have happened because there has been no negotiating on these things. And, it sounds great if someone says we're going to come into your town and film, but it can be very disruptive. But a lot of these productions have pretty significant budgets, and they can afford to put together the negotiating pieces on this that would make it worthwhile for an entity to allow filming.
Yeah, no, agreed. Thank you.
So how does that work between the county and the cities? Is that collaboration locked up?
It's just, those discussions are just starting, started to have the conversations, to be very honest, with a couple of our city managers who aren't around anymore.
Who aren't here anymore.
So I have to kind of restart with those two cities. But, with Truckee, I talked with Jennifer at one point, and, a lot of times in the cities and the town, they're literally just getting a permit and approving it or not. And so, the goal would be to coordinate with them and say, why don't we start with inquiries coming to one office and then coordinating with the cities and the towns, the information going out from there. And that's pretty consistent with how some of the other counties operate.
Great. Thank you. All right. I will open this up for public comment now. I said Jesse stuck around, so yay, thank you. Our resident film expert.
No. Putting on the executive director hat for the Nevada City Film Festival. We're in our 26th year, and this is my 19th year. So we've been talking about filming in Nevada County for a very, very, very long time. And this last year, the film festival took $40,000 out of our budget to put towards a Filmed in Nevada County grant. And we really didn't know what we were going to get, but we had 37 applications of the most extraordinary level of independent filmmaking, and also like students who are getting their MFAs that wanted to come up here and make movies. We could have literally, we accepted two, one for Eastern County and one for Western, which we heard about earlier about the Eastern one shooting tomorrow. We could have supported all, if we had had the funds, all of them. They were so great. Now, the production that's happening in Truckee in tomorrow is with, they were able to secure quality talent. David Denman, who was on The Office, the Peacemaker, Rebel Ridge. You know, it's really great to get quality talent like that. Are we at the level that we're going to have like a Lady Bird or One Battle After Another? I don't think so, because we had to have all the equipment sent up from Los Angeles, and that was like almost $7,000. So when you're giving out $20,000 grants and you're paying $25,000 in talent plus seven, you know, it just starts to add up. So this is definitely one of those things where I think that starting from the ground and working our way up, so like things that we found, which was there wasn't really any discounts coming from our hotels, so we had to like break through there. Restaurants, catering, all these like things that have a huge impact. That's where we're hearing like the $35,000 that we've just spent already in pre-production to get the movies going. That's where I think where we have the opportunity to really lay some really good groundwork. And of course, we paid for the insurance. Anytime you have a SAG actor, you have to have insurance. That's like $5,000. And just in general, I mean, anyone who's going to try and make a movie of a certain level is absolutely going to adhere to all the rules. So I wouldn't be so necessarily concerned about it getting away from us, but I think just also being a friendly environment that was welcoming that, and ways that we can work with independent on the way up for that level of filmmaking is going to be extraordinary for our community. And yeah, I hope you can come out to the film festival and see it June 26th through the 28th.
Thanks, Jesse. All right, any other public comment? Any callers? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for either further discussion or a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, not as exciting as making movies here, but what goes along into it? We have to have capital improvements. So our next item is the capital improvement plan. David, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Swarthout, Supervisors, David Garcia, your Public Works Director, and I'm joined today by Pat Perkins, who's our Principal Civil Engineer and also your Road Commissioner. And today we're going to be presenting the 2026 Capital Improvement Plan. I was trying to remember when I first did this plan in front of the board, and I think it was something like 16 years ago, and we've been doing it annually ever since. So we bring this every year. The purpose of the plan is to outline, obviously, our capital improvement plan, but this also becomes the basis for our budget in the upcoming year, and it's an opportunity for us to forecast out and plan for the next 5 years. We're going to walk you through the numbers in more detail. I should say Pat's going to walk you through the numbers in more detail. Although the plan's primarily focused on engineering and road projects, This year's capital improvement plan also includes other public works divisions like solid waste, wastewater, transit, et cetera. So those capital plans as well. And I should note that we do meet with supervisors individually before these meetings every year to go over projects in specific districts and also the plan as a whole. Next slide. Before Pat dives into the details, I thought I'd provide a broad overview or summary of this year's plan. First and foremost, our main priority is always core maintenance and safety programs, and this CIP has those programs fully funded. Additionally, over the past 5 years, gas tax revenue, particularly HUDA and RMRA funds, have been a hot topic. They have been stable and predictable. And although our CIP projects that those funds are going to remain flat but stable over the next 5 years, we have seen some instability in those funds, and as you're aware, the state's been projecting declines in gas tax revenue over the next decade, primarily driven by vehicle electrification. So we closely track these funds, and we do have contingency plans in place in case we do need to react to funding shortages. Additionally, we've seen pretty significant cost increases. This is our construction and operating cost over the past 5 years, and we're seeing it across the board. This is labor costs, overhead costs, materials costs, contracts, and so just put simply, it's gotten more expensive to do business over the past 5 years. And as you'll see, we're constantly trying to balance our limited funding with competing priorities. And a few examples, we're investing in essential equipment replacement to meet CARB requirements and address an aging fleet. We've also invested pretty heavily in trying to expand our roadside vegetation management program over the last year. And finally, the county's largest capital asset, which is our county maintained mileage system, is always something that we're really, really focused on because that is a huge priority for us. I should mention that although Nevada County struggles with those things, those are not unique to Nevada County. All rural jurisdictions across the state struggle with the same funding issues, and Nevada County, I think, actually does a really good job with our limited resources. The last thing I'll mention is that we have seen and we anticipate further cuts or funding freezes to some transportation programs, primarily focused on transit or vehicle electrification. But we are still seeing funding coming to us for other federal and state programs like roadway safety, improvement, highway bridge program, et cetera. This plan expects to receive approximately $46 million in state and federal funding for a variety of transit, roadway safety, bridge, and road maintenance projects. And we've also, over the last year, applied for several grants through FEMA, through the Highway Bridge Program, through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and we're always looking for opportunities to leverage our local dollars with grant funding from the state or federal government. With that, I'm going to pass it on to Pat, who's going to deep dive into the CIP.
Thank you, David. I will try not to bore you with too many engineering details, but I thought I would at least start off by talking about gas funds. I know we all go to the pump these days, and nobody's happy to pay the extra money that we're getting charged on fuel. But one of the things that I thought was interesting, particularly showing in this one slide, is that the bottom portion of the gas dispenser that's up there right now, when gas was roughly $1.45, the bottom three colors, so the brown, the gold, and the orange, all represent what it costs to make a gallon of gas, if you will. What does it really cost? What are we paying for? So the very bottom portion is $1.63 a gallon just for the cost of the oil. Move up to the next one, which is distribution costs, and then, refining costs, and then we move up to the distribution costs. So really 2/3-ish of every gallon of gas that we are buying really goes to the purchase of the oil, how to refine the oil, how to get it to the gas pump. The top sections here that have a little bit more color, whether it's the green or the blue, those are the taxes, and those are some of the things that we're hearing about a lot. The big two that I'm going to talk about here on the next slide has to do with what they call the state excise tax as well as the federal excise tax. So on a gallon of gas, when we're purchasing it, there's 61 cents goes to what they call the state tax, and another 18 cents per gallon that goes to federal tax. And if you're at the gas pump, you'll see that they post this each time or at every station that's out above the pumps. Of that 61 cents, it's really broken up into three pieces, if you will. State takes roughly half, of that 61 cents, and then the remaining half gets split between the cities and the counties. Usually it's around 25% each. This particular case, it's 22, goes to the unincorporated counties, but usually it's right around half to the state, quarter to the county, quarter to the cities. What I kind of wanted to show here was that the next slide, or the next item down here where it talks about SB1, which was Senate Bill 1, or the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act. Without that, we would really be, quite frankly, in a world of hurt. The money that we get from the gas tax really supports our programs and what we're able to do. So what I want to show is that in addition to the 25% that we get on the gas tax, we get another 12 cents a gallon back from the state on their half, and we get a little bit more on diesel. Additionally, working our way down, not only do we get the 12 cents back from the state, but we get additional funds from the state's percentage, which has the RSTP funds, STIP funds, transit funds, HSIP funds, and the RSTP funds, we're getting roughly $1 million a year coming back from the state on that. STIP funds vary a little bit every year. The Highway Safety Improvement Program, this last year we were able to get another $1.3 million, and that's all coming out of the state portion of their 50 cents, or the 50% of the 61 cents. So it gets a little bit confusing, if you will, but the bottom line is that all of our programs and everything that we do really revolves around gas tax. So not only do we get the portion that they give us, but we go back to the state and try to get a whole bunch more. And wherever we can, where we can apply for grants, we're trying to get as much of that money back as we possibly can. The last little item I wanted to add has to do with the federal tax, and that's the 18 cents per gallon. The feds take that and they use it for various programs. We get some of that back in what we call our Highway Bridge Program, or the HBP funds, so the Dog Bar Bridge, the Truckee Bridges, the Hinton Bridges, Purdon, etc. Those are all gas tax funded that we get from the state, and it comes through the HBP program. So while we're putting a lot of money into the gas, we're also getting a whole bunch of money back, and we've been very successful at getting grants from the state for a lot of our programs. Breaking up our road fund revenues, it really comes into two different main categories, if you will. The restricted funds, which show up on the left-hand side of the pie chart, or discretionary funds. And what I wanted to show on this chart was that on our restricted funds, which is the dark brown and the olive color, that means that we can't really use the money for anything other than its intended purpose. As an example, our Highway Bridge Program, we can't use bridge dollars to go pave roads. We can't use our RMRA funds to go take care of a specific item that's not related specifically to those roads. Our discretionary funds, which are the HUDA funds, which is the Highway User Gas Tax, along with state exchange, RSTP funds, we can use those in various programs, so we have a little bit more flexibility on those. But just over 50%, 65% of our funds are restricted and have to be used in a specific way. What I wanted to show on this slide was really how we're breaking up our funds. So this is our road funds for the non-grants. It shows what we're getting in general fund from the MOU. It shows our gas tax. It shows a little bit of other funds as well as the RMRA. And the thing I kind of want to point out on this particular slide is if you look to the year 24-25, which is the one that we just completed, funds had been going up significantly up till that point. But as David mentioned, our HUDA funds and our RMRA funds are scheduled to level out. And so we're going to show a drop in potential revenue as we start moving forward. It's not, maybe I shouldn't say drop, but it's definitely going to be leveling out. These are some of our direct maintenance expenditures and just kind of showing where the money is going, what we've done in prior years. So we've broken out some of our road preservation costs, which are our road overlay costs. We're showing our projected revenues as well as vegetation removal costs. It just kind of shows you exactly where our monies are going. For the year 26-27, we anticipate that our road expenditures will be right around $36 million. Of that $36 million in expenditures, again on this pie chart, the small portion of it, if you will, are our capital projects, and those are our bridges. For the most part, we've got a couple safety projects. As I mentioned earlier, we have the HSIP program, which is the Highway Safety Program, and we're going to be putting down another high friction surfacing on a couple of curves throughout the county. The remainder of the funds really go to either the general fund for road maintenance, which has to do with potholes, ditch clearing, general things that the road crew does on a year-round basis. We have vegetation control. The other projects that you see down at the bottom portion, the 9.5 million, is really made up of things such as our wastewater program, it's our transit program, we've got the North San Juan in some of those areas. So we really have broken this up into road maintenance as well as capital projects. And what does it all mean? You know, we've talked a lot about money, gas tax, who gets it, how we spend it, where we break it out, what do you get for your money? As an example, we've got a couple projects here that we're able to complete last year. One is the Combi multi-use path project, and the other is the McCourtney Road paving and widening that we did. So upcoming projects. What I really wanted to highlight were three main topics here. The first one has to do with the bridge replacement program, and that's the bottom picture if you've got that's there. That is the replacement bridge that's going over the Truckee River up in Eastern County. As you look at that particular slide, you can see where there's the white pickup and then there's a crane directly behind it. That is a temporary, what they call a trestle bridge that we built that allows us to go build the new bridge. Where you see all those steel beams going through, that's where the old bridge used to be. The old bridge is now completely torn down, and we're working on building the substructure or the false work, if you will, on that particular project. In addition to the Truckee River project, we're also working on Hinton and the Dog Bar Road Bridge project. I would mention that our Dog Bar Road Bridge project is roughly 80+% done, and we anticipate having that completed by the end of June this year, which is going to be way ahead of schedule. One of the other items I really want to mention is the equipment program. Over the last several years, we've been able to purchase very needed equipment for the road crew. My understanding is that we've spent just about $5 million over the past couple of years on buying new equipment, and we've purchased almost 40 pieces. That includes graders, rollers, the multi-hog, and in working with the road crew, by giving them the right tools, it's going to help them to get out and get the job more effectively done, to get more work done, and to be able to working with good equipment. The upper right slide, what I really wanted to show there was our vegetation management. David had mentioned this a little bit ago. We do aim to get roughly 75 miles a year in vegetation management. In addition to the vegetation management, we are also working with our spray program, and we've really revamped those two to try to work together. The theory is that our spray program, we go out 3 times a year on our roads. We do one, what they call a pre-emergent, so we're spraying the plants before they start budding, and then 2 post-emergence. So we're coupling that with our vegetation removal program. As the spray program moves forward, our hope is that the vegetation starts to pull back from the edge of the roads, and then the cost of the vegetation removal itself won't be as great because there won't be as much vegetation there in the first place. In addition to vegetation management, our road crew goes out and has standard things that they do every year. They're proactively going after drainage, and they're going after shoulder maintenance, pavement management, which is fixing potholes, widening out corners, taking care of things like that. We've got multiple graded roads throughout the county, whether it's Banner Lava Cap or heading up to Graniteville. Road crew has to get out there and grade those roads every year. They're also out fixing bridges as far as guardrail, things like that, taking care of snow removal, which varies from year to year. Some years it's bigger, some years it's smaller. And the last bullet point I wanted to talk about a little bit has to do with service requests. In touching base with our road crew, they mentioned that they get roughly 700 requests a year that they respond to. So in addition to the regular duties of paving, taking care of the roads, they're also taking care of the calls that we get, which vary anywhere from items being left in the right-of-way to brush being down to signs to you name it. But they do an awful lot of service requests, so I kind of wanted to give them a little kudos on that. Despite our coordination with the road crew, I did want to mention that our road condition index, our pavement condition index, our PCI value, has been dropping. Our pavement condition index is a rating of our road system. It scores the roads throughout Nevada County from a 0 to 100. The board has set a minimum goal of 62. We are currently below that at 61. In order for us to try to get that value back up to the 62 and above, we're really about $1 million a year short in our paving program. Knowing that we have competing funds, everything from vegetation to pothole patching to equipment to paving of the roads, we're doing our best to coordinate with road crew, and right now what we've done is we've set it up where road crew is working to pave and patch a lot of our more deteriorated roads. Engineering is working to take care of some of our roads that aren't in quite as bad a shape that we're trying to do additional maintenance on. So by coordinating with the road crew, we're trying to absolutely maximize every dollar that we can, and we're pushing forward as best we can. With this additional coordination that we've done with road crew, we are slowing the decline, if you will, but we are still declining a little bit. Some of our capital program expenditures that we have for this year, as I mentioned, we've got our bridge projects, Dog Bar, Hurstdale, Hinton. We're looking to spend roughly $7 million on that. We have development fee projects. We've got some of our other state safety projects. We've got our our bus stop improvements, electrification out at the Courtyard is another project that we're going to be doing this year. So we've got a whole bunch of projects that we're going to be working on this year. Over the next 5 years, this is where we see the majority of our costs going, and these are the bigger projects that we're going to be working on. In addition to the 3 bridges that we've got right now, there will be an additional 4 coming up in the various districts. I mentioned that we have a high friction surfacing project that's going to be going on here, or the HSIP project that will be going out. We have our Rough and Ready at Ridge Road roundabout project, and one of the items we had talked about earlier today was a bike path that's going to be part of that out on Ridge Road, so that's all part of that project. The Nevada County Operations Center, the equipment maintenance improvement, has to do with the washing of the vehicles, the buses, a lot of the heavy equipment that currently is being washed by hand, so we're looking to move forward with that. We have a bus charging project right now. We've completed the first phase of that. It was done last year. We have a second phase that's just about to go out to bid, so we hope to get to that this fall. The North San Juan fire suppression system is moving forward. We are continuing to work on that. As that moves forward, we're getting into right-of-way. We're doing a lot of the monitoring at this point. We're working with a lot of the grant funding agencies. And then additionally, we have our road rehabilitation projects. So each year we put out somewhere around $1 million to $2 million in road rehabilitation projects. Right now we're alternating between paving one year and then doing a microsurfacing and or chip seal the other year. We kind of rotate every year. Tends to be the best way that we can cover the most ground and do that as effectively as possible. What we're asking from you today is approval of our capital improvement plan and this update. And at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions or go back to some of the slides.
Thank you. Thank you in particular for the explanation of how the gas tax works. I think that gets complicated for people, so I appreciate that. All right, any questions for David or Patrick? Rob?
No, thanks for that. I know, I appreciate you meeting with your staff with us, and that was very enlightening to know this is new. I know what struck me is that a lot of these are multi-year projects, that the same ones you shared with us last year and then we discussed, and some of them are adjusted, but yeah, it's not like everything's new this year. So I don't have any questions.
Sue, any questions?
No, I appreciate the pre-meetings we have. I think that's very helpful. But so probably if everyone was listening, people do have questions. So like, for example, they're going to hear, when do projects get added? I can tell you, people like Pin Valley are going to ask, where does it sit on the list for the Pin Valley issue at Pleasant Valley Road? You know, and so they're curious, how does that play into how we make our yearly plans, right? That's one. I'm ahead of the questions too. And how about, you know, as we work and do rehabilitation of the road, looking at what our, where the degradation is going on. So they want to know, how do you plan that into your profile as you make your CPI? It's a hard question, sorry, but I mean.
It is a hard question. We try to take a look at our roads from the engineering perspective. We try to catch them before they deteriorate too far. Once they deteriorate to the point where we can't do reasonable maintenance on them, it becomes a lot more expensive. So depending on the rating of the road, and we go out and we rate our roads every couple of years so we can make sure that we catch them before that, it ends up saving us money in the long run. So there's a lot of review that's done between the road crew and our own crew, going out and looking at the road saying, hey, this road needs some help, this road's going to need some help. In addition to that, we try to come at it from the other end, as I'd mentioned earlier, with the road crew. They go out on some of these roads that have kind of passed their peak, if you will, and they're starting to really need a lot of solid help, where they're going out and patching pick on Indian Springs as an example. We did that a few years back. The surfacing that we did has lasted approximately 8 or 9 years, I think it's been. It's got to the end of its usefulness, so now road crew is trying to pick that up, and they're going to go out and do some extensive patching on that road, just as an example. That's kind of how we go after it, is we rate the roads, we look at the roads, we try to catch as many as we can before they get too far, and once they've kind of fallen off, that road crew then picks it up and starts putting them back together again.
And that helped by buying equipment so that we could do those jobs ourselves, but not have to contract them out as well.
That's exactly why we got the equipment. Now the road crew has the tools that they need so they can go out and do it. And I believe that the road crew has a lot of pride in what they do, and they take a lot of personal experience with them, and it makes all kinds of sense to have them go out and do the roads. They know them better than anybody else.
Yeah, thank you for that. So and then how does a project fall into the list for where it happens? I mean, I'm just saying, like, let's just talk about Pleasant Valley Road, for example. So how is that going to fall into the list of when that becomes a priority?
We look at it from a safety standpoint. First of all, if there's an immediate safety threat, things bump to the top of the list. If it's a maintenance program, like we'd put a slurry or a microsurfacing out there a few years ago, we're trying to keep it at its optimum that we possibly can. So it depends on how the road looks every year. We go out, we drive it, you drive it, we drive it, we look at it, and we go, okay, does it really need anything, or are we doing okay on this road? And it's literally all the roads that we go through, as the road crew is out there every year, we sit down and we talk with them, and they say, okay, keep an eye on this one, keep an eye on that one. And so it's a constant visual check.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I like to give it a shot. We do have our road crew does an amazing job. I mean, when you think you have 700 calls on top of what's already on your bucket list to get done, and they try to come out and have those fixed within days of the complaint. So a lot of shout out to that, and not to have mentioned the snow comes, and that changes everybody's project for the month or the week. So anyway, thank you for that. I just think people need to understand, and they ask those questions, and how does it become a project, and how does it become a priority? So thank you.
I would like to add to, I mean, we're opportunistic. I mean, we're always looking at data, right? So how many accidents, what's the pavement condition, all of those types of things, but also a project like Rough and Ready Roundabout. We're looking for grant funding and opportunities to be able to fund that project, because we know it's a high collision area, it's high on our list, but we have to look for opportunities where we can fund bigger projects like that. So there's kind of two elements where we can do routine maintenance and we can do pavement condition stuff, but also some of the larger projects or bridge projects, it requires us to go after grant funds and in some cases get lucky, but we're always looking for those opportunities.
Right, and so just for example, that's why it's good to have some of these projects in a shovel-ready position so that we're able to apply for them when they come short notice. So I think that's important that they know that we're always looking for that, whether it's doing a sidewalk project, whether it's doing a bike path. Anytime those are come up, we're looking how to manage that. Thank you.
Thanks. Heidi, questions?
Yeah, thank you for the comprehensive discussion. It looks good. I know all these years you are always struggling with the road quality and trying to get all these projects on the list. Actually, we've come a long way since I started, and I think we had so many bridges needing replacement back when a couple years ago, 9 years ago, 8 years ago. So really just very appreciative of how much you've done and how well you guys are planning and making your decisions. I just had one question on the gas tax, actually. If you could go back to the bar slide where you showed the bars with the gas tax amount. Bar chart. That one. Back one more. There we go. So, I mean, so I've been hearing since day one that we need to prepare for the reduction of the gas tax, and we know that California has had multiple efforts, I think, to try to come up with a replacement, and I'm not sure where they are with that. I know we've gotten updates, but that a replacement's going to have to happen. I'm wondering, this, again, since 2017, we've been warned about the reduction of it, and this actually shows it staying stable through 2030. What explains that, do you know? Is this just an optimistic kind of, are you assuming they're going to be able to replace it? And because I felt like we were going to have to manage a reduction there and make harder decisions about that. And this shows that maybe it's not that dire.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. So one of the things that we're basing, and I should back up and say, the CIP is very accurate the first year, right? It becomes the basis for our budget. But as we get into out years, it's really hard for us to project what might happen in gas tax, for example. So what we're using is indicators from how's gas tax tracking now, what is the state saying our estimates are going to be in the coming years. And so this is a very conservative approach. As you can see, historically, year over year, typically, we see minor increases in gas tax, and we're projecting a slight decrease and then a holding flat of the gas tax revenue. What's going to happen on the state level, also very hard to predict. I mean, we're hearing the same message, and we've been presenting that to the board, which is over the next decade, we're going to see declines, and that the state is working on a solution, but we don't have the timeline for that and can't project that. The other thing kind of interesting when you're looking at these graphs back to back is although revenue has been steady, what we're also seeing is that the cost of operations, and if you go back a slide, Pat, I think it'll show that, or up a slide. So any gains that we've made in year-over-year increases in gas tax, essentially it's been flat, right? Any gains we get, we're seeing being absorbed through just economic inflation. So again, it's hard to predict. What we also try not to do is overreact. So we try to be very conservative. We try to take a very steady approach. We have contingency plans in place in case we need to react, but we also don't want to overreact until we start seeing actual indicators that things are getting worse.
Okay, that's helpful. And I'm guessing you still have a pretty substantial fund balance to prepare for just such a thing.
Yes, and the CIP is designed with that in mind. So it's a 5-year CIP, and we try to make sure that we have, again, a healthy conservative plan so that we have room to react if we need to.
Yeah, okay, very good, thank you.
Hardy, any questions?
No, this is good, and I appreciate you getting together with us individually, talking about the projects. I think one piece, and David and Pat and I have talked about this in the past, is the county is kind of apples and oranges across all of our districts. So there's some areas in my district that take a lot of cost, consume a lot of cost to do snow removal, Old Highway 40, and maintenance, because we don't think about it, but then rockfall causes $2 million of expenditures out of the blue. But just recognizing that the other areas of the county may consume a lot of budget for brush removal and weed abatement and herbicide spraying or potholes or whatever the case may be. I just appreciate you looking at those each independently, not necessarily as a function of the other, but just independently across the county. And thanks for putting it all together. It's got to be a pretty complex equation. It's going to be fascinating to track the gas tax, because as the administration repeals the EPA requirements and starts removing electric vehicle incentives, that's going to shift the fleet back to gas, which is, we've all been moving toward electric. Now it's going to go back to gas, but oil prices are skyrocketing. So it's a fascinating yet troubling kind of equation for us to try and track, really, as policymakers. So, I mean, that's just an interesting piece that I think you guys are probably grappling with too.
Good point. All right. Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? No?
Chair, we have one caller.
Great. Bring them in. Go ahead, caller, if you're there.
There's the beep.
There you are.
Hi, it's Matthew Coulter calling. As probably one of the only members of the community that rides our local public transportation and also goes to our local government meetings, I would encourage anyone from the Board of Supervisors to go to our local Tinloy bus transit station. And I'm hoping it's not finished, because all the landscaping's destroyed. There's a bunch of trip hazards and broken concrete. And even the new equipment that was installed, this is all the electrical buses I'm speaking of, it's damaged on delivery. And I've talked to Robin about it, so I don't know if it's going to be replaced or we just have to accept damaged equipment right out of the box for these projects, and that's as well as the destruction that was done to the concrete walkways and the landscaping and just the overall wear and tear that the heavy equipment did to that area installing all those electrical boxes. So I do encourage you to go down there and take a look at what's going on. The water system was turned off during COVID because there was a leak, and basically the trees died, a lot of things died at that point. So it's not necessarily due to the new construction, the landscaping. It's been years I've been asking for someone to do something about it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other public comment, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board for further discussion. Anybody have any final comments? No? Or I'll entertain a motion to move forward.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes. All right. Motion passes. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to ask to indulge like one more, no, not you guys, a 5-minute restroom break real quick, and we'll come back. So Hardy, we're ready to come back whenever you are. Okay, welcome back. Thank you. Can you, Lisa, or can you look at the thermostat and see if you can turn it up a little bit? It's really cold in here.
Shame on you, wear a coat.
The battle of the supervisors around board
Yes.
chamber temp. So
Item number 25 is our priority objective charters from coming back from our January workshop. So Allison, you're going to lead us off on this one?
yes, Chair, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the item and then hand it off to staff. We are circling back from the board strategic workshop where the board members spent 3 days discussing priority objectives for the upcoming term. We've taken all that feedback and presented the board with charters, and we'll walk through each of the charters with you with our agency heads, looking for feedback, additions, changes, which we'll incorporate. These plans are critical for staff because they're used as our roadmap for the next year in terms of prioritizing action as well as aligning resources. So we look forward to the discussion today. At this point, I want to go ahead and hand it off and introduce your Deputy CEO, CFO, Aaron Metler, who will lead the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Good morning, Chair Swarthout and supervisors. Pleased to kick off this charter priority objective presentation with my favorite chart, the budget development process timeline. As you are well aware at this point, we set annual priorities during the January board workshop, and then staff does some work based on your direction to create some workable plans over the next fiscal year. And so we're right in the middle of the February-March bucket, closer to the end of March, where we're bringing the charter developments back to you for a comment, as Allison just spoke about. One of the comments that we heard from you at the board workshop was that it's often confusing whether these priority objectives are in prioritization order, in higher priority, or whether they're all equal, and also some question as to whether fiscal stability and core services was just one of the objectives or whether it was really just the basis of all of the objectives. And so really took that to heart with our graphic design experts and recreated this graphic before you, which accounts for fiscal stability and core services really being the heart of what we do here. And without stable fiscal projections and without supporting our core services first, we really don't have resources to support further focus on these objectives. And so what you're going to hear today is the proposed plans for 26-27 in each of these 7 areas. But also fiscal stability and core services has some key focus areas that we'll get into. The objective focus first is for that fiscal stability. We are looking at adopting an annual pension funding plan, which will include an additional discretionary payment towards our unfunded actuarial liability. This is the 3rd or 4th time that we have brought this topic up, and really at the direction of the board to make sure that our unfunded actuarial liability relative to our PERS retirement system is being looked at, is being advocated for, is being top of mind when we're looking at other costs, when we're looking at adding staff, when we're looking at how we prioritize the use of our resources. We really need to be making sure that we're proactively addressing this liability. And so to that end, there will be an annual pension funding plan coming before you in the next couple months for approval. We're also going to be adopting a fiscal 26-27 annual budget. We're changing up the process, as you heard about in January, and we're going to have quite a few more touch points for the public to participate, to solicit participation and feedback, as well as presentations before all 5 of the supervisors this year in late April, which will intend to be high-level overviews of what our plans are for 26-27, but also provide you with an opportunity to talk to the agency directors about those plans. We are also looking and moving towards issuance of lease revenue bonds in support of several key capital projects. So again, looking towards how do we achieve some of the larger projects that have been on our list for quite some time. How do we leverage our funding to maximize opportunities for grants and federal earmarks? That will be coming before your board later this year as well. Moving into core services, we continue to work on implementing the County Compass Phase 2, which is our replacement of our finance and now our HR system. We're calling it the County Compass instead of its commercial name Workday, but they do mean the same thing. And really, our financials have been live since January, and we've gone through some pain points, but overall, we are seeing a lot of positive improvements in our efficiency, in our transparency, just even amongst each other, and what we're asking the financial system to do for us. And we look forward to designing the human capital management or HR payroll system to do the same. That will continue to be designed throughout this calendar year. We're looking to go live January of 27. Other activities and initiatives under this focus area include continuation of the Tribal Affairs Ad Hoc. We have one more year of planned activity in the staff realm to make sure that we're convening on that topic. Also, Mines in Nevada County, there's additional staff work that's going to be done and wrap up pretty soon in the next few months. Your board created the Airport Ad Hoc. That's just kicking off now and will continue to work throughout this year. And then also looking at a South County identity project with Supervisor Tucker and how do we best use our resources in South County and recognize that unique identity. And finally, the public arts venues insurance. It does show up here, and it also shows up in your new objective of arts and tourism, which I will move into now. So this is our newest objective. We have a new graphic and also wanting to really bring focus to the arts and tourism, as you heard earlier this morning. A lot of these objectives in this realm are pulling from economic development, pulling from recreation, and just recognizing how we value our arts and our tourist business in Nevada County. And so under this objective, we intend to strengthen partnerships, connect arts with recreation and transit, look through the film services permitting, which you just reviewed earlier, and also improve our trip planning through our websites and opportunities for tourism in Nevada County. This objective does not come with any additional resources other than staff time for this first year while we look to develop what exactly it can be and where resources are needed. So expect to hear more at your January workshop in 2027 about activities of this year in this realm and then future opportunities for collaboration. With that, I'll hand it over to Craig Griesbach for emergency preparedness.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout, members of the board. Craig Griesbach, your agency director for information and general services. Through your board's leadership and with over a decade of investment in the emergency preparedness objective, we continue to be leaders in the state in this important pillar of your priority objectives. We continue this work through engaging and educating the community, including direct engagement with over 2,300 community members this past year, obtaining funding, facilitating and managing 29 major wildfire risk reduction projects, maintaining a robust emergency operations center team that is a model in the state, building a network of close partnerships with emergency response organizations, nonprofit organizations, regional jurisdictions, and community groups. That has been a capacity force multiplier to get more done. Implementing innovative green waste roadside shipping and community resource programs, to only name a few of the items that we're accomplishing. We greatly appreciate your feedback at this year's workshop to inform the priority focus areas of the emergency preparedness objective this year. These key areas include focusing on projects that improve the safety of our evacuation routes, prioritizing implementation of county road evacuation route improvements, continuing to lean into grant funding opportunities for projects, leveraging our nonprofit and FireWise community partnerships, and ensuring your board stays informed about state highway improvement projects. Thank you for your continued leadership and support with this objective. We look forward to what we'll be able to accomplish this year. And I'll hand this back over to Tricia to review the economic development objective.
Thank you, Craig. So good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Tricia Tilton, I'm the Community Development Agency Director. And we could go to the next slide here. So in alignment with board workshop direction, the Economic Development Charter has been updated to include 5 focused efforts as follows. First is business support. So as the year of the small business, staff brought forward today the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, or CPACE for short, and you adopted that as part of the consent agenda. This provides a voluntary financing option for commercial property owners to invest in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and water conservation improvements with no use of county funds going forward. We also, as part of business support, we also continue our partnerships, and this work includes working with SBC, for example, who provide business technical assistance, warm handoff coordination, business collaboration, and broadband advocacy. Last year, for example, SBC counseled 164 businesses and provided 75 free workshops and trainings to our community. The second item on here is sector spotlights. So while all business sectors are important to us, we are focusing on a few. One is agriculture, and that's really because we have a sustainable agricultural lands or conservation lands grant, and that work's underway. Staff also continues to support Sierra Harvest, their beginning rancher and farmer grant work, as well as the ranch project that's going forward. Tourism is also another focused sector area, and of course, continues to be a key economic driver for our region, contributing to transit occupancy tax revenues. The GoNevadaCounty.com site continues to be expanded upon with our economic partners and is planned to include bundled and bookable experiences, making it easier for visitors to plan longer stays and spend more locally. And then in addition, staff are working with the Gold Country Visitors Association on promotions and marketing of Nevada County. Third, film opportunities abound, as we mentioned earlier. And so with updating our film ordinance, we do see that enhancing the program overall. We also are looking at workforce development, and those efforts include supporting a Train the Trainer class, certified nurse assistant and medical assistant programs, and also a talent pipeline management program. This is through the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Broadband will remain a focus area with anticipated grants such as the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. So we're monitoring that. Meanwhile, permitting processes have been streamlined to assist our broadband installers. And lastly, advocacy for economic development programs and grants are important going forward. So staff are actively reviewing, collaborating, and applying for grants. For example, we partnered with the Sheriff's Department on the Prop 64 grant application. This is really related to our cannabis compliance program, and that'll help us support ultimately our permitted cannabis growers. And also, depending on the grant, we're also sharing out grant opportunities with our partners as appropriate. So with that, I'll pass it to Ryan.
Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director. Madam Chair, members of the board. Last year and over the last couple of years, through the work with the Housing Ad Hoc, we've moved this longstanding objective from a small division within HHSA to a restructure that we implemented last year at the board's direction into a department in HHSA. Still a small but mighty department, as we say, with Tyler Barrington as the department head. A lot of the initiatives that were developed with the Housing Ad Hoc over the last couple of years will continue. So that includes things like the MORE program, where we're doing rehabilitation on mobile homes that are dilapidated, as well as a middle-income down payment assistance program that we touched on a little bit earlier today because we're applying for funds to extend that program. So really, we've developed a work plan within that division, transforming it into a department. And I'll borrow Craig's favorite term of force multiplier. Really, the housing division or department is a connector and collaborator with other jurisdictions, with the Regional Housing Authority, within the county, with HHSA departments and facilities to develop projects that support housing for HHSA populations, and then broader community initiatives like working with CDA on the alternative housing ordinances or initiatives that sort of extend to the middle income and workforce housing space. This year, in terms of initiatives that are in the charter, we're talking about continuing to work with the ad hoc to create shovel-ready projects. It's really critical that we've identified potential sites as opportunities come up to seize, whether it's with Regional Housing Authority, other grants, and things like that. And then particularly leaning into collaborating with CDA when it comes to the housing element update and identifying any new opportunities that come through that update before the board. So that's housing. Moving on to homelessness. Really proud of the work that's been done in homelessness after the last 9 years since the board originally prioritized homelessness. Homelessness has really become a robust, mature core service within HHSA, with the behavioral health department maintaining the budget and programs associated with the detailed homeless action plan that is shared between Nevada County and the continuum of care. My favorite chart is not included here, but which we've seen in other presentations, is the way we've expanded housing in recent years from 69 when we started on this journey through the behavioral health system to over 200 that we currently maintain, and up to 240 by the end of this calendar year. The results of that are pretty tangible. Last year, we saw a reduction in the point-in-time count of 10% from 516 to 466. And this is tentative. The numbers aren't final yet, but the 2026 point-in-time count is looking like we're going to see an additional, even more substantial reduction. That can fluctuate based on many things, so I don't want to claim victory on that. And really, any person experiencing homelessness, we still have work to do, but pleased with the progress that's been made. Since we do have a really, as I mentioned, robust core service built around this now, the objective and the charter that we brought to the board was really focused on 2 grand jury recommendations, one around establishing a managed encampment, and one was around restricting camping on public property. The board's direction at the workshop, based on resources and complexities around managed camping, was not to shift from current core service programs to focus on that when it comes to the managed encampment piece. When it comes to the restrictions on camping on public property, the direction was to take our existing encampment protocol and bring it up to current standards, current Supreme Court direction around what can be done, and in coordination with the ordinances that exist in the incorporated jurisdictions where most of our county facilities reside. So that work is in progress, and that's reflected in the single initiative that we have in the homeless charter this year.
All right, now we'll jump into climate resilience. So for the climate resilience charter, we have 4 focused efforts. The first one is the resource resiliency roadmap, which is underway with anticipated presentation to the board this summer. And this has followed steering committee meetings made up of agencies and organizations across the county, and a lot of community engagement, such as at local events, workshops, and also via surveys. Secondly, we have the Resilience Project, which is a collaborative that's been launched, much thanks to Supervisors Hook and Bullock. This group the governing board includes Grass Valley, Nevada City, NID, Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital, and the Resource Conservation District, of course, also with our county. The next community meeting is scheduled for March 31st from 4 to 6 p.m. That's at the Love Building in Grass Valley. And at that meeting, we will be providing updates about grant opportunities. We'll talk about California's climate bond allocations for the next fiscal year, and then also attendees will be providing updates. So we hope you and the community can make it. Third on this list is the Sustainability Summit, and this is also on the horizon. It's likely going to be in early October, and we're looking forward to really a more engaging conversation about resilience in our community. And then lastly, staff are actively reviewing and applying for grants for a variety of resilience type projects. So this can be anything from looking at electric vehicles to electric vehicle chargers, sustainable transportation projects, community grants, and even more. So next we'll move on to recreation. And with the recreation charter, we're proposing 5 focused efforts. So with this one, we're looking at focusing on parks and our recreation coalition. As part of this, we're continuing to convene our park districts for shared opportunities, assisting with grants and funding, administration, and then also assisting the districts with exploring building capacity. And that's really building capacity as recreation hubs in our community. In addition, we do have a request for proposals out right now. This is for recreation mitigation funded projects in Nevada City, Grass Valley, and Twin Ridges benefit zones. That closes March 26th. So third on this list was the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort. And we're continuing with our safety messages with this group. We're also excited, we're planning a pilot shuttle project this summer. This will take folks from the Rood Center here to the river. So that'll be really exciting to see come forward. The recreation fair is also planned. That's going to be April 25th from 11 to 4 at the Nevada County Fairgrounds. And then we're also continuing work on recreation hubs and wayfinding signage. So lots of exciting stuff coming out of our recreation group. And I should have mentioned also the Pines to Mines Trail is moving along as well. In Eastern County, Truckee Trails will be improving access to the Truckee River, and the Van Norden Meadow project design is progressing. Staff also proposed this year to bring a low-intensity camping presentation to the board, really including pathways for ordinance development, and that's based on discussion at the board workshop. And then as part of all these focus areas, advocacy for recreation and grants are important going forward. So staff are really, again, actively reviewing, collaborating, and applying for applicable grants. For example, we have applied for the Sustainable Recreation, Tourism, and Equitable Outdoor Access Grant. That's a mouthful. And then we've also partnered with the Sheriff's Department, again, on the Proposition 64 grant. And so another component of that was a recreation consultant, really to help assist youths to learn about the dangers of cannabis. Depending on the grant, staff are also actively sharing grant opportunities with our partners in the community, such as helping the Truckee Trails Foundation apply for climate bond funding, for example. So with that, I'll pass it to Erin.
All right, thanks everyone. Our next steps in terms of activating these charters and the priority focus areas are to solidify our budget proposals. They will be included in the respective department as appropriate for your 26-27 proposed budget consideration. We are actively monitoring changes in federal, state funding and impacts and working to communicate that back. It will potentially have impacts on how much we're able to fund these objectives in the next year. But we are considering all available resources, which is why you heard so much about grant proposals and searching for grants. That really is how these focus areas were seeded to begin with, and that is how they will continue to sustain, is by being very strategic and very collaborative in our seeking grant opportunities, both at the state, local, and federal levels. You'll also note throughout the presentation that there are some objectives that link with others, and there are some overlapping focus areas. Rest assured that staff does communicate around each other and making sure that we are collaborating where needed and that we're not duplicating efforts as we move these objectives forward. During the budget process, we will bring forward to the budget subcommittee some options in terms of funding these priority objectives. They will ultimately make a recommendation to the full board, again, as part of the budget proposal, and that first public hearing will be on June 9th for that full proposed budget presentation. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, as are my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for the presentation. I love how you take all that information and you can boil it down to one page. That's very impressive to me. So I would say if there's any questions or maybe comments at this time from my colleagues, who wants to start? Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Questions, mostly just questions, but the budget subcommittee, because we're making modifications to it, I've been on it twice, as many of us have. What does it look like now? If the budget subcommittee is not doing that whole deep dive for the 2-week process, what is the budget subcommittee doing in advance of the meeting?
We are still meeting and talking about the budget.
Same thing?
Yeah, the same thing. It's just, it's not going to be as intensive with just the two of us doing it, because after we do the pre-work, then it will come to the full board on those 2 days we have set aside in April, the 28th and the 29th.
Okay.
So basically, I only have 1 year in of doing it, and it was listening to all the presentations and offering feedback. So instead of just the two of us doing it, it'll be all 5 of us doing it. And it will be a format that it should be able to easily fit into those 2 days.
Into that 2-day period.
Yeah.
And then I think last year we had one advanced meeting with staff on certain budget areas before the public hearing, but after the budget subcommittee. Are we going to do that again?
We will, Erin will reach out to each of you and get on your calendars to review the budget before going into those workshops.
Okay.
Before going to the workshops,
workshop.
not before the first public hearing.
So same like
yeah.
what we did last year?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. On the presentation, I think it was slide 3, or can you go to slide, I believe it was slide, going back a little bit more. Right, keep going. Right here. During the workshop, we put in, or Allison mentioned after I presented on the East County visioning process was not captured here.
So the East County visioning process is moving forward underneath our capital facilities plan.
Okay.
And so, but we're happy to put that as an additional bullet in the charter to make sure that it's captured in this document.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And then my question is, Go Nevada County and TBID. Go Nevada County, is there going to be another opportunity for the board to discuss Go Nevada County?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I believe the contract still has one more year on it. It expires in June of 2027. So I believe I mean, we definitely can have a conversation about it now, but that we are contractually obligated to the organization that's running it
Sure.
through 2027. And then I think next year's budget subcommittee will be looking at
Okay, let's just we'll put it off then,
Yeah.
as long as the board can talk a little bit
So we'll
about
make sure that we capture that as a workshop item for next year, because that's when the contract, the chair is correct, will expire. So they'll give you an opportunity to redirect those funds if needed.
And there's a couple other that go along with economic development and tourism. They're all kind of on the same budget schedule, which is the contract with Sierra Business Council for economic development services, and then also the Go Nevada County, and I believe the Nevada County Arts Council. Those three are all in the same cycle.
Okay, cool. That sounds good. And then is TBID also, or is TBID going to be worked on this year?
So that's to be determined. So there was a bunch of preliminary work done on that back in 2018 and 2019 through a group effort with the Economic Resource Council, the county, and the city. And just so we're clear, this is just Western County. Because when we started working on it, the very first call I got was from the Eastern County TBID, and I want to make sure that we're not trying to tax them twice.
Yeah.
But I think that we are looking to continue. So there was actually a great plan that was put forward, but then unfortunately COVID hit, and it really affected our lodging facilities in the western part of the county. But I think we're ready to start talking about it again. So we'll probably convene those groups. I'm working on my stakeholder meetings right now with all the economic development organizations, and that's part of the discussion.
Okay,
Before
sounds
anything
good.
move forward, would come back to the board
Yeah.
for action.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Chair and Supervisor Bullock, that is an item listed under the Arts and Tourism priority focus, is that Tourism Business Improvement District.
Okay, sounds good. On workforce development, one of the pieces that, and I know CTE is a big part of like the ranch and things going on in West County, but East County, we have our CCC meeting coming up on Wednesday. We actually invited the Youth Commission to talk about CTE. Truckee kind of had some CTE going on pretty good, and then it kind of, I don't know, it waned, I guess, maybe is the right word, but we're going to try and rehash that. But it would be great if anybody, or if any staff members are working directly on CTE or workforce development for our youth, please include East County, because I think we're facing some shortfalls in that part of the county.
So we're tracking that. We actually met that on that exact issue yesterday.
Cool.
One of the barriers is that it's two different high school districts, as you know. It's Placer County High School District. And what's really made CTE successful in Western County is that partnership agreement that we have. So there's some foundational steps that we'd love to work with you on to work with the school district up there to see if they have the staffing and the funding commitments to look at building out something similar.
Nice. Yeah, thanks for thinking about that. That's great. Yeah, because it's Placer County is Truckee, Tahoe, TTUSD is Placer County entity. Yeah. And then the shuttle plan, which I think was Supervisor Hook's thing, is awesome. Is that going to, well, I guess it's everybody's, but I remember bring it up. Is that going to go to Edwards Crossing, or is 49, or is anybody? Just 49? Cool. Sounds good. Pines to Mines, I think we have some staff support going in, or I'm providing some support to the Wildlife Conservation Board in doing an aerial tour of that area, so we're hoping to pull down some grant funds and host that group to look closely at it. And my last comment on the recreation objective, one of the things that I've noticed in East County, because we don't have any snow or water, it's probably going to be a long recreation season, but a really long fire season. And I'm wondering if maybe Alex and our recreation partners could commingle the fire prevention efforts, just because the last time this happened, and speaking from memory, I want to say it was like 2019, 2018, there were like a bunch of fire starts in the unincorporated areas in Nevada County from people boondock camping. And I just was hoping that maybe this may be a year where we put recreation and fire prevention closer together, just in areas that people do a lot of that off-grid camping.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we do talked with OES quite a bit. I mean, we're talking, or we'll be talking with OES about the shuttle pilot project, for example. So we'll include that in that conversation as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's a lot to take in, a lot to look at. I think everybody's done a really good job of combining all of these issues and explaining them well. A couple comments, maybe a question or two on the budget issue. So the fact that we're changing the process, I know this will be our first time to do it this way. I just want to be sure, because the way we did it before, the budget committee actually spent dozens of hours going into deep dives and really understanding the budget well and being able to ask really critical questions because we went into it so deeply. This is going to be squeezed into 2 days. And so I hopefully most of it is pretty clear because we'll have those pre-meetings, but I just want to be clear that we need to ask the questions we need to ask. And I'm a little concerned about it getting rushed. So just making a note of that maybe we have to go long, maybe we have to continue some of it, but I'm worried about us getting rushed on that because it's quite a bit of squeezed down amount of time. So we'll see how much we can take care of that with the pre-meetings, I suppose. Did you have one comment on that?
Yeah, just to note that in the past budget subcommittee format where we spent 7 to 10 days going through the deep dives, one of the things we spent a lot of time on was educating the subcommittee on what exactly it is the departments do.
Right.
And we spent little time on what the budget was proposing to do. And so with this new format, we're using the 2 days really to look at what is the budget proposing to do, and not so much on what is it that the department does in general. So there'll be a brief overview of the role of the department, but then a much more focus on emerging issues and what are the priorities. And with that focus of the next fiscal year, what are the things that we're looking to pay attention to? I will note also, happy to meet with each of you ahead of those 2 days, but really the purpose of those 2 days, we don't have a fully vetted budget at that point, or a fully balanced budget, if you will. We have received budget proposals as of last Friday from all of the departments. We're working through those right now, and we're intending to bring forward those emerging issues and priorities with enough time for the full board to make some policy decisions, give us direction, ask their questions, and then they have a month after that really to develop and finalize that budget proposal. So there will be a couple different opportunities for touch points with each of you, and myself and my staff, as well as the agency directors are happy to meet with you as well. But I think that the focus on the conversation this year is really going to be where are those areas that we need additional policy direction, because we will have some tough decisions to make.
Right.
This is not a robust fiscal year as it's lining up.
Okay, and so maybe if there's some problematic areas, we can have those come back at another time. That would make sense.
And that hasn't been noted, and that's exactly what's happening pre the public workshop and post the public workshop. The budget subcommittee convenes to look at specific budgets to come back with budget subcommittee recommendations to your colleagues.
Perfect. Thank you.
So it's definitely a hybrid, and most importantly, the intent is for transparency and to invite the public in the inner workings of our budget.
Right.
County budget is very complicated, very layered. All of you know who sat on budget subcommittee, where it takes weeks to do the deep dive to come forward to the public hearing. So this is actually a new step that we're excited about, and our public informations team is doing a great job in terms of bringing the public along on each step and inviting them to attend those 2 days with us.
yeah, I hope the public definitely takes advantage of that. And then I think just a more general comment, nothing anybody can do, but I'm feeling very mindful of the situation we're in right now in this country, the oil prices in particular, that no matter what happens tomorrow, they're going to continue to go up. Every analysis I've heard, that's going to impact our capital projects. That's going to impact, hopefully, we're not slowing down on electrification because that's going to help us save money. And then just sort of the economic sort of crisis that we're all experiencing, and those who are most vulnerable are going to be experiencing even more. So I'm mindful of the fact that we have really leaned in more and more deeply to helping our economy in multiple ways. The recreation economy, economic development, and arts and tourism are all some of our newest priority objectives, which I support wholeheartedly. I've recommended several of them. But I just want us to keep in mind as we're going into this difficult time how we make sure we're keeping in mind our most vulnerable as we're pursuing these areas. So I don't want us to back off on our homelessness program. We need to be engaging our youth, I think, much more deeply, if we can, maybe through the Youth Commission, into the decisions we make, that they aren't these high-end decisions that are bringing in, money or investing in expensive stuff that doesn't actually, trickle down to the people who are going to have a harder time accessing e-bikes and horses and so on. I just want to make sure we're keeping our most vulnerable populations in mind. That is part, to my mind, of fiscal stability and core services for the county. I'm just laying that out in terms of, I think there may be difficult decisions coming down. We're still waiting for that other shoe to drop on HR1 and, the other sort of cutbacks that are coming. But I will be advocating, as I was with RVs and so on, for us to try to make it easier for people to live here and get the services they need, particularly those that they depend on the county to get. So just want to make that overall comment. Thank you.
Thanks. Sue?
Yeah, no, thank you for this presentation. I mean, a couple of things, and Hardy just kind of brought up a little bit of it, and I don't think that, whether it's in the climate or the recreation, we really put enough in there that has to do with fire and vegetation management. I think that it falls in all those categories, and it's really minimally stated. I guess that's what I'm looking for. I feel like those things, climate, we were really going to dial down around that, where it was going to be a lot about vegetation, forestry management, and there's very little that it talks about that in here, and I think that's important that we continue to look at that. I like that we talked about the water. I like the leveraging our opportunities with Pioneer Energy. I think there's a lot of good things in there. I just want to make sure that we're not going off the track, especially when funding is going to get tighter about where we spend it and how we use it. I just want to make sure. I mean, I know that's supposed to be abroad, so there's room for every place and finding different kinds of grants. Just want to make sure we secure that ability to drive down any kind of funding that's going to affect our whole county. I know that seems silly, but not to me.
People call and they say fire is their most important issue in the county. I get those calls all the time from people, so I think
Yeah,
you're
I
right
do too.
on.
So I just want to make sure that that's really high on our priority list.
Rob?
Yeah, thank you. A lot of good questions and points up here on the board. Just in general, I love the idea. I think it's a step forward having the fiscal stability and core services at the center there. I almost, and this is totally a technicality, wish it was like this bright 3D something, all the other colors and the logos, the graphics, and then that one's not. But I love that that's kind of, we've emphasized that's really our ultimate responsibility when we get down to it. And then the other ones, I assume it's in alphabetical order. I know there can be discussion about those. I think, in my mind, there's still some that are even sort of second-tier priorities below fiscal and core, and then some that are even less. And as there's budget cuts and we face some of those tough decisions, I think that would play out. But I think it's ironic, and Sue touched on this, that the emergency services alphabetically happens to be right at the front and center, because that's one of those ones that I think there's a lot of consensus that it is. If not that center of the wheel, it's definitely perhaps more important than some other ones. So anyways, a step in the right direction. Thanks for all your work on it. I'll look forward to the new budget process. I think the transparency is great, and look forward to going forward.
All right. Thank you. So yeah, I concur. I think that you guys have done a great job of bringing everything together and capturing the work that we did at the workshop in January. The one other component of the budget committee, it's a budget subcommittee this year, or what staff's going to do, is they're going to do 2 public workshops to have people come in. Hope I'm not misspeaking. That, yeah.
We're going to workshop the workshop.
Yeah, we're going to workshop the workshop. But yeah, it's just so that we're just to kind of keep them at a level where people can come in and ask questions about the budget and the budget process with staff, just to really have people understand it. So I know I sat up here for 2 years as, you know, in this seat, not really having a great understanding of the budget until you get into the budget subcommittee. It's really difficult. So I'm hopeful that this new process that we're going to use is going to really help educate all of us a little bit better, feel like we're more part of the budget process versus just the chair and the vice chair. So I appreciate the work that's going into that. I know it's a couple extra meetings, but I always say, you know, once we get through the end of June, it's smooth sailing for the next 6 months, right?
That's the theory.
Yeah. All right. So is there any public comment on this item? No? Any phone calls?
No callers,
Okay.
sure.
Allison, did you have any final comments that you wanted to make?
I just want to make note before there's a motion made that the points that we're going to include in addition are going to include the visioning process for the Truckee campus. We're going to work in language that captures, including our most vulnerable constituents in recreation and economic development. Is that correct, Heidi? Did I capture that correctly? And then what I heard from Supervisor Hook is to make sure that we add language regarding emergency preparedness with climate and recreation. And then Rob, we're going to continue working on that logo. So.
Yeah, I know, that's so funny. They talk about the logo. That was just a little bit funny because the colors are, I got to tell you, I don't love the colors. As a farmer and a rancher, I could tell you what that color looks like. It's not a good color.
All right, this is take
It's
one.
good. I'm just teasing.
We'll
But
go
this-
back to creative and, you know, bring feedback. We're on it. So that's it, Chair. Thank you. And then to your point, we're really excited about what we're calling community forums at each of our libraries, where people could come in as a coffee chat and talk about the budget, answer questions in a more informal environment. So that will be rolling out soon.
Heidi, you had an additional comment?
Yeah, I wonder with the workshops, it sounds like you may be thinking about this, but again, I think we should do outreach through the Youth Commission potentially, and maybe focus one of those workshops, like make it after 3 o'clock when school is out, and maybe, you know, I know it's hard to do evening sessions, but maybe even later for folks who are working and might want to come in and make comments. We aren't really accessible most of the time to working people because we meet during the day. So if a couple of those workshops maybe
Yeah,
could be
absolutely. And our
targeted.
team is very familiar with evening work, so we'll be happy to make sure that we get those on the calendar.
We'll try and do it so we can get the biggest group, and I agree, let's get the youth commission, get them.
Maybe target one of them especially to
come.
the youth to help them understand how this works.
I know Graham would be there if we asked him to.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. Hardy?
Just one quick comment at NACO. I sat on this GFOA panel, Finance Officers Association panel for NACO, and it was just a bunch of counties, and the reason I'm bringing this up is every county across the nation, and the biggest person there represented was Denver, like the whole Jefferson County area. They all struggle with trying to articulate or synthesize the budget process for constituents. So what we're dealing with is not uncommon in any way. It's very, very common across the nation, across all counties and municipal jurisdictions. You take a super complicated fiscal process and you try and put it down into like a household budget. They don't sew together. It's not the same. They're not the same principles. And so I just wanted to support everybody in this process as we try and get all this information across we're one of many jurisdictions that are trying hard to do this. So just be aware, give everybody a little bit of grace in the process. It's hard.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very, very true. It's government accounting is so much more complicated than just regular accounting because of fund accounting. And oftentimes I think the public doesn't understand what we can and cannot do with our money. I had the opportunity last Tuesday, I attended the first session of the Citizens Academy, and Allison does a great presentation of really like boiling down exactly what the county can and can't do. Facts and fiction. It was really, it was a great refresher for me because you get so bogged down sometimes just in the daily work to understand that, you know, when someone comes out and says, why are you spending $10 million to do that? Spend it on this, and to try and explain to them that it doesn't work that way. And it's really hard for people to understand. So thank you you're making that much easier for all of us up here and then hopefully for the public. So I really appreciate all the work. Any final comments from anybody? Okay, so we can do a voice vote on this one. So I would ask for a motion to accept the presentation. Is there a second? Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. All right. So we're actually almost right on time, a little bit ahead of time. Thank you guys very much. So I was thinking maybe we would forego announcements today unless anybody has any burning stuff that they want to talk about. I did want to point out that our April meeting schedule is a little bit different. We will be meeting the first and second Tuesdays of the month, so the 7th and the 14th instead of the 14th and the 28th. So for the public out there, a little bit of a change. So with that, we have a closed session that we will be going into, and we'll just be coming out to adjourn the meeting. So technically our meeting will be over when we finish this, but we will come out for adjournment. Trevor, did you want to read us into closed session?
Yes, Chair. There will be 3 closed sessions that County Council is requesting. The first closed session is item number 26, and it regards real property negotiations. The negotiators and APN are listed in the agenda. Item 27 also concerns real property negotiations. There are 5 properties at issue, and those properties and the negotiators are listed in the agenda. And item 28 is a closed session to discuss the litigation case, Sacramento Valley Limited Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless v. Nevada County.
All right. Is there any public comment on the closed session? Any phone calls?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, we'll close that, and we'll head into closed session. All righty, we're going to reconvene our meeting. Trevor, will you read us out of closed session?
Yes, Chair. The board heard the 3 agendized closed session items.